When I was around 11, I got very into fairies, but more in a witchy way, I guess you could say. I realize that's kind of odd for a kid to be into things like this, but you gotta know I was very imaginative, somewhat of a lonely kid. I've always loved fairies. My mom got me a book on them. It included fairy language, a list of gifts to offer fairies should you wish to interact with them. Of course, I wanted to contact them. What little girl wouldn't? For about a month, I wandered out to the backwoods of my house by a river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water. I would leave little written notes in their supposed language, along with little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly, that I'd probably never get results, but damn if I wasn't determined. So I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was the wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them. This time, I weighed them down with small rocks so they couldn't just blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by. My gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then, on the third day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks were moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually I got what I wanted. I wandered out into the woods, and I saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large. I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on a branch close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs. Tiny, thin, pale limbs. Hands, feet. I stopped dead in my tracks, looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly. It was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went past her feet, a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant, black, bug-like alien eyes, but she definitely had a face. And she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to look at the other one because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked the door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on my backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone. And I never saw them again, despite me trying over and over again. My gifts were never taken again. I felt sad and stupid because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I know now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else seen a fairy, and did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who's seen what I've seen. I went to the library and looked at every book on butterflies I could find, Googled. I couldn't find a butterfly matching any description that looked like what I saw. It's something I'll never, ever forget. I remember her so clearly, I could draw her. The weatherman warned of an approaching storm on the evening news, but the rain had already made its way to where I lived. It was Thanksgiving night. My brother and his friends were at the school playing 4-on-4 football on the practice field behind the gym. Our mother made my brother take me with them, so he begrudgingly made me the ref. I sat on the sidelines and watched them toss the ball around for a little over an hour. As the field grew darker and the football became more difficult to see, my brother's team wanted to finish their last drive before calling it a game. It was 3rd down for them, trailing by a field goal. My brother insisted they finish. So the 8 boys line back up, and the cold pigskin briefly brushes against the frozen grass before being fired backwards into my brother's hands. He steps back and launches the first pass, sailing over his receiver's head. 4th down, last play. Again, the ball gets snapped into my brother's hands, and he steps back for another Hail Mary and sends it flying. But just as it's about to reach its peak, before the arch, boom, it strikes something almost completely invisible, sitting idle in the sky. The ball plummets straight down from the impact point. All of us just stood there staring at this object, barely visible and completely silent, aside from the metallic thunk from the football. The only way to follow it with your eyes would be to focus and watch the stars disappear and reappear behind it as it flew by. I saw my brother pick up the ball and drop it. It stunk like sulfur, and the smell transferred to his hands when he picked it up. No one else attempted to pick it up, but we could all smell the smell. It wasn't long after that we decided to get the hell out of there. It started as a quick walk in the direction we came, towards our house, and that transitioned into running in a matter of seconds. Call it a knee-jerk reaction, but once we reached the front steps of our house, we all started laughing. Well, not everyone. My brother was just staring at the sky. After several moments of catching our breath, laughing and not laughing, my brother grabs my arm and says, "We gotta go inside. You all should too. Bye, guys." And he rushes us inside, closing the door on his friends. I wish there was a little more to the story, but the rest of the night, my brother just made us stay inside. My parents couldn't understand why he was paranoid, and my father, mostly upset that we'd lost a perfectly good football, asking why we couldn't just be honest about what happened. Of course, we were being honest. You expect your parents to just believe you when you lie, believe you when you tell the truth. They should just believe you. But our parents just didn't. They didn't believe anything they couldn't see for themselves, apparently. My brother is still a bit sour at this point. He knows what we saw. He knows that there was more to see if my parents would just listen and even go look at the football. They refused. My brother remains convinced of this stuff. UFOs, aliens, but he also seems a bit hesitant to talk about it, saying that the older he gets, the less he feels like putting himself out there, whatever that means. It shows as him being interested, being a believer, but never wanting to personally put himself, his story, our story, in the mix. I don't know. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? I grew up in sort of a rural area in Michigan. Not exactly middle of nowhere, just definitely no streetlights, neighbors far apart, that sort of thing. I remember one night I was laying in bed. I was young, probably 7 at the oldest, and I saw lights pierce through my curtains. It was unusual to see. Even at that age, I realized I was seeing something I hadn't seen yet. I remember getting up out of bed and walking toward the window of all places. My house was usually filled with nighttime sounds. The buzz from the TV that was turned on but probably on a black screen by now. Our dogs faintly snoring. Sounds like that. Before the light, you could hear those sounds. And then somehow, the light brought with it a blanket of silence. So yes, I was curious. What was this light? Before reaching the window, it was my mother's voice I could hear. She was saying my name. No, She was screaming it from behind. Suddenly, she's swooping me up, away from the window, away from the light. She ran me through the house, and I could see this bright light shining through every single window, brightest in the living room, as we had a large front window, which sat behind the couch. Our dogs were following in tow. My mother hadn't stopped running me through the house long enough to see anything except for the light. She told me to cover my ears, but I didn't know why. I couldn't hear anything, but she looked like she was in pain. She was holding me, so she couldn't cover her ears. I remember cupping her ears. Eventually, we ended up in the master bathroom. Mother shuts the door, but before doing so, she grabs the corded phone on her nightstand and brings it into the bathroom with us. She's frantically dialing someone, and as she does, I'm drawn to the window just above the shower in her bathroom. The light, it's so intense. For the first time, I can see it's changing colors. It goes from being blinding white to blinding blue, like some sort of police lights, but missing the red. I hear my mom telling someone over the phone that these lights have been surrounding our house for several minutes. She tells whoever that she saw it before the lights came on, and that it was silent and huge. She asks the person, "Can't you hear that? Can you hear that sound?" That's the sound it started making when it turned its lights on. "I can't see it anymore," she says. "Only the lights." My mother's now listening to someone on the other end, to which she responds, "No, it's not a plane," and then asks, "Are you sure you aren't getting any other reports of this? The object, it's huge, and it's incredibly bright. Please, can you have someone just come take a look?" After several moments of back and forth, my mother eventually hangs up the phone. We sit in real silence for several moments. She messes with her ears some more, and I still wonder what she can hear and why I can't hear it too. The phone rings. My mother answers it, and I can tell it's someone familiar, but I wasn't the kid to interrupt while she spoke to someone. She asks over and over, "Yeah, but what is it?" Finally, she says, "But Terry, it's huge, and I could see it before all the lights happened. Terry's my uncle." "A UFO?" my mother shrieks. I didn't know the term, and I wouldn't learn it until the following Monday at school. We stayed in the bathroom for what seemed like forever. I remember sitting in the bathtub, looking up at the lights, still bright, still changing. I actually don't remember leaving the bathroom. I do remember when everything went dark, though. I must have fallen asleep because the darkness woke me up. I was now laying in my mother's bed, her laying next to me. She was awake, and she tells me to go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Just a bad dream, she says. It wasn't a dream, though. She said this to try to resolve any unsettling feelings I must have had, but her telling me it was a dream somehow scared me more. I looked at her bedside table. The phone was still stretched all the way to the bathroom. It wasn't a dream. She may have convinced me if I hadn't gone to school Monday and at least 3 other kids having similar tales to tell. Our teacher even referenced the movie E.T. while talking to another teacher. A couple of kids overheard and asked if we could watch the movie. We didn't, but I asked my mom about it. The movie, that is. And even that, she didn't want to talk about. I came to the conclusion at a very young age I saw something wild, or more so, experienced something wild, because all I really saw were bright lights. My mother, on the other hand, saw something far more. something that she made some sort of silent agreement with herself not to indulge. She passed away in 2009, never really sharing her thoughts on the matter, ignoring it almost entirely. Sometimes, I really do wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I am forever curious about what goes on up there in the sky. What exactly were those lights? The sound, or the lack of sound? I don't know. I was a nurse for 7 years, and I worked at a single facility for my entire career. The facility had many renovations done since opening in 1960. By 2011, when I started there, only half of the facility was still the original building. The rest had been added over the years. I worked nights, mostly because I'm a night owl and found it easier. I had a number of odd experiences, but I'll share the main ones that stick with me. Firstly, I've had experiences with the supernatural since age 3, so I believe in the supernatural but wasn't obsessed. It's more like I was simply aware of it, if that makes sense. There was one wing in particular, part of the original building, that had a small sitting room with a television for residents to enjoy during the day. During my night shifts, this one area gave me such a feeling of dread that I would only be near it when necessary. I took the long way back to the nurse's station just to avoid being near it. I don't know of anything that happened there, but my gut instinct screamed that something was there, and it was not happy. This feeling eased during the day, but each night the feeling was there. It felt as if someone was watching me, and they didn't like my presence. I spoke to a few other nurses about this, and they all claimed to experience the same feelings. One other incident that sticks with me: a 90-year-old woman I'll call Jane went to breakfast and then asked to return to her room for a nap. She was a very healthy woman, but she said she wasn't feeling well. When the nurse did her next rounds, 20 minutes later, she found that the resident had passed away in her sleep. It was an aortic aneurysm, so she didn't suffer. Unfortunately, death is rarely quick in aged care. It's usually a slow process of days or weeks. Jane was a very sweet Polish lady. She outlived her children, and her husband had passed away many years ago, so she never had visitors. At exactly 9:30 p.m., I would check on her, bring her tea before saying goodnight. As you can probably guess, not everything goes to schedule in healthcare, and it's not always possible to stick to a strict routine. But if I was even 5 minutes late, she would ring her call bell, ask for her tea, and apologize profusely for ringing her bell. Every time I answered with, "Whenever you need help, press the button. It's no trouble. I love to help." Then she would say her usual, "Good night, sweet girl," and I'd get on with my shift. The funeral home was late picking her up. I helped the undertaker that afternoon when I started my shift. All the rooms had call bells next to the toilet, next to the bed, and the residents wore one on a necklace or bracelet too. When a resident passes, the room bells are disconnected the same day, and the personal bell is put with the nurse's station, ready for the next person to move in. At 9:36, the call bell to her room started ringing. This was not possible. Her room had been disconnected, and her personal bell was sitting in a drawer next to me. Slightly freaked out, I went to her room to ensure no dementia patient had wandered in. I considered maintenance simply hadn't turned the bells off, even though I personally spoke to them after they did so. I was just trying to rationalize it, I guess. I went into the room, and it was pitch black. No one was inside, and the bells had definitely been turned off. I couldn't turn it off from inside the room. I had to cancel it from the main desk. I instantly had a feeling of peace, which was weird because in every other situation, I would have been a mess. I think she was saying goodbye. As I was closing her room, I heard a shriek. My best friend came running down the corridor crying and in a state. Once I got her calmed down, she said, "I was in X-Wing, charting, and Jane walked past me in her nightie. Then she turned the corner to the front wing, but when I looked around the corner, she wasn't there. She's dead. What the fuck did I just see?" I previously posted this somewhere else, but thought I'd share it here as well. This isn't a typical scary story, but more of a really odd situation that happened to me back in 1997. In the late 90s, early 2000s, I did trauma scene work. I was a supervisor for a crew that you never see or hear about. But we went into homes, buildings, or structures after a homicide, suicide, accidental death, or situations like those. Sometimes they were extremely gruesome, and sometimes it was as simple as removing a chair and cutting out some carpet. Oftentimes, it involved a lot of cleaning and removal to sanitize the scene both visually and biologically. Our goal was to leave the scene as void as possible. Like if you didn't know what happened there, you had just assumed it was under renovation. The time I want to discuss happened around midday, not the usual middle of the night cleanup call. I don't know why the police and fire department always waited until night to call us, but I would say 80% of the time that's how it happened. This was a bright, sunny, not so warm day in a Los Angeles suburb. I won't give the exact location for privacy reasons, but it was an older yet very wealthy area. The kind of neighborhood you expect doctors, business executives, or other people in the entertainment industry to live in. As we pulled up to this home, it was a huge spread of mid-century modern with fancy landscaping and a long curved driveway. The place looked well kept and was probably a showcase of the neighborhood back in the 50s and 60s. Typically, I, the supervisor, would approach the door while my crew waited by the trucks. Since this was supposed to be a small job, we only had my vehicle and our service truck. I remember seeing an old, fancy Mercedes and what looked like an old Porsche in the driveway. No others, but there may have been some in the garage I didn't see. As I walked up to the door, an older woman answered my knock. She was probably in her mid-50s, well made up with lots of jewelry. She was wearing something that reminded me of Mrs. Roper from Three's Company. It wasn't cheap looking, just not the 90s style. I explained that we were there to do some cleanup work, and then I noticed she had a drink in her hand, like a martini or something. Like I said, this was the middle of the day and probably before lunch, but it's not unusual to find people drinking in a time like this. She leads me into this house, and it's surprisingly dark and hazy from cigarette smoke. Now what happened next was really odd. The entire place looked like it was a time capsule from the Mad Men era, 50s, 60s. The house wasn't what gave me the creeps. But instead, as she led me to the second den area, we passed through the front room, another living room, and a bar pool table area. This house was huge, and there were a ton of people inside, and they all looked like characters from an early 1960s movie. One guy wore a sports coat, glasses, and a boat captain's hat, while another wore a tuxedo. There was a lady in a long, full-collared evening dress, and others that looked like some weird collage mixture of people from a Rosemary's Baby-themed dinner party. The amount of people throughout the house didn't add up. There was only 2 small cars in the driveway, and they each only fit 1-2 people. Where did all of these fancy folks come from? There was a low mumble of different conversations, with only an occasional glance thrown my way as we walked over the scene. One of those huge old cabinet record players was blasting Johnny Matthys. I know that because hearing "It's Not For Me to Say" made me feel like I was walking into the Twilight Zone. We finally get to the room where the suicide happened, and the deceased was in a red velvet chair. There was no gunshot, but I assumed they took a razor to their wrists. The lady stood in the doorway. As I looked over the scene, I explained that we would remove the carpet, dispose of the chair as it held most of the blood. She just nodded, still clutching her drink. I asked her to sign our work order and permission to dispose of personal property, meaning the chair. And while signing, she said, "When you're finished, just see yourself out." I told her it probably wouldn't take more than an hour, and she walked back to the party. I made the journey back to the front door, through the Johnny Mathis music, through the cigarette smoke, and through the low-toned conversations. I get back to the guys, and before leading them in, I tell them that this one's creepy. There's a freaky party going on inside, and everyone's dressed up. I lead them back to the room where they start bagging the chair and cutting the old carpet. There were black stains where the blood had dripped through, and we ended up cutting a straight line across the room to avoid moving lots of furniture. We never found out who committed suicide, but I had assumed that it was the lady's husband. As we were finishing up, I stayed behind to take the final photos. And I thought about looking for the lady, just to let her know we were finished. Even though I got the impression she would prefer it if we just left, I still just wanted to give her confirmation. So, as I slowly walked through the party areas, I noticed no one was making eye contact with me or acknowledging my presence. You would think that, if they knew about the death, it would have been the main topic of conversation, or at least of interest. I walked to the front door, turned to look back at the party trapped in a time capsule, and closed the massive door behind me. Driving away, I couldn't help but think what a strange day it had been. It was so sunny and bright outside. How many people knew we just cleaned up the remnants of someone's last moments on Earth? I was 8 or 9 when this happened. Every night around 2 a.m., I used to hear a hammering sound coming from the first floor of our 3-story house. The hammering sound always came from the first floor. I always thought my uncle may be responsible because he often complained that he couldn't sleep. I thought that he might have found a new hobby or something, but no one else ever mentioned the noise. Anyways, my bedroom was on the 3rd floor. It had a balcony with a wooden door. One night, my father was out of town and the rest of my family was asleep. So I decided to stay up all night and watch TV, but I fell asleep. I woke up to a loud banging sound coming from the balcony door. I immediately got up and asked in a brave voice, "Who's out there?" But the banging only got louder. I screamed. My mom rushed up to ask what was happening. I was crying, so she hugged me and asked again. As I was trying to tell her, the banging started again, and it was so brutal that I thought the door might break. Mom called Dad and his cop friend. When the officer came, he checked the balcony, but nothing was there. He even asked us to check in with him so that we wouldn't be afraid of our own house. Nothing like that ever happened again, and the hammering sound stopped as well. I never asked my family about that hammering because I'm still worried I might be the only one who heard it. In 2012, I was sitting in the living room with my sibling when we heard someone walking upstairs. We turned off the television, went to the bottom of the stairs, and listened as the footsteps laced back and forth. Frightened, I reached for the landline to dial 911, and I yelled out my intentions to the supposed intruder. After one ring, I panicked and hung up. The footsteps had grown louder, like someone was actually coming down the stairs. But no one was there. We were frozen, looking directly at the staircase. There was just nobody on it. Yet somehow, the footsteps continued until finally passing right by us and into the next room. We were too scared to move. All we could do was wait. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and we heard a loud scratching sound directly beneath our feet. It sounded like something was tearing apart the basement ceiling. Just then, the phone rang with a private number. The police department wanted to know why I called 911, so I lied, said that it was the baby. They still wanted to send a cop as precaution, but no one ever showed up. Our parents returned shortly after, but we didn't tell them what happened until a couple of years later. We've never been able to figure out exactly what we experienced. I don't know a huge amount about ghost lights. I was hoping someone could explain it a bit better to me. Yesterday afternoon, my partner was asleep. I got home from work early and was pottering around, washing up, etc. And I heard a very strange noise. The best way I can describe it is like a dog clearing its throat. A big dog, like a guttural kind of choke or hack. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but it sounded huge and right behind me. We have a kitten, but I've never heard anything like that come from it. Needless to say, there was nothing behind me. Then, last night, roughly 5:30 a.m., this light comes up the stairs. It was like someone walking with the phone light on, but as the light came around the door of my bedroom, there was no source for the light. No torch, no orb, nothing. But I can clearly see the reflection from the light on objects in my room. It looked like someone shining a phone to light their way in the darkness. A little bit like when a car headlight shines through the curtain. It travels around the room. But there was nothing there at all. No cars. My partner and daughter still fast asleep. The light came all the way around the room to my side of the bed before going dark. We're pretty sure that there's something, someone in our house. It was built 1960s on an old brickyard, and we have had an Anderson shelter in the garden. Rather, the house is very connected to its age, if that makes any sense. Finally, today, I stood at work, roughly 5 miles from my house. Everyone else was in a completely different part of the building. I hear the same noise as yesterday. The deep rasping. I had chalked that up to being our cat. Maybe where he was in the kitchen and it amplified the sound of the cough. But to then hear the exact same noise, miles away from my house, is fully freaked me out. We did used to own a very large dog, American Staff Mastiff. He was put down before my daughter was born, but his collar hangs at the top of the stairs, and the area around it always feels cold. Could it be connected? Anyone got any ideas? Back in late 2006, I was pregnant with my twins. We lived just about 30 minutes away from the beach, and one weekend, we decided to take our daughter to the beach. She loved it, and it was a favorite family activity. Anyway, The three of us were out swimming in the water, just having a great time. We were stupid. We were just a little bit too far from the shore with a toddler. We shouldn't have been. We also were very caught up just having a great time together. I suddenly realized that we were the only ones in the water. I looked towards the shore, and everyone was yelling to get out of the water. Right then, a huge shadow swims between us and the shoreline. This was a very large, popular beach. There were no warning flags or anything, and so we kind of just forgot to respect nature. I've never made that mistake again. Ever since I created a post about my toxic ex and paranormal experience, my mood immensely improved. I feel 100 pounds lighter. It's only been a day since I created my first post, yet I feel so much better knowing that someone may have read what I've been through in the past. Still, there's a few things I failed to mention. My parents persuaded me, more like forced me, to move to a different town and study at a different university because they worried about me being with my toxic boyfriend at the time. My mother and I were looking for an apartment or a room for me to rent. We stayed in this town looking for a place to rent for 2 weeks. We'd almost given up hope walking around town when my mother suddenly saw an old lady hanging a sign in the front of a door. It said, "For rent." My mother immediately walked towards the old lady who turned out to be the owner of the place. She invited us to see the house. When I walked in there, something felt off. I immediately whispered into my mother's ear that it looked like a witch's house. That's the first thought that popped into my mind. I really didn't like the place. The old lady told us that a young couple stayed there for years, but they had to leave because the girl's father had passed away the day before. Their furniture was still there, and we did meet them because they were moving the very same day that my mother spoke to the owner. It all happened very fast for the couple, but for us as well. I moved in there after 2 or 3 days. The house was so awkwardly built, and I was so scared to live in there that I had the lights on the whole time when it was nighttime. It had a long staircase that led to a hallway. On one side, there was a door leading to the kitchen. On the other side, there was another door leading to the bedroom. In the middle of the hallway, there was a third door leading to the bathroom. I hesitate bringing up the small attic above the bathroom because I never even dared to look inside. It was located above the bathroom ceiling, like a small storage room, but it was big enough for someone to climb in. Of course, I never did it. The first night, I left my bedroom door open. Big mistake. I dreamed that I was walking across the hallway and it was dark. All 3 doors opened. I passed the bathroom door, and I saw 2 bright yellow eyes staring at me. I immediately ran into the bedroom. I threw myself on the bed, and the dark figure wrapped one hand around my neck and started choking me. I forced myself awake, but as I was waking up, I started coughing. My neck felt hurt like I was choking in real life. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was dreaming this whole time because the figure dissolved, but the eyes stayed for a while. I immediately shut the door, locked it, switched the lights on, threw a blanket over my head. I started to pray until I fell asleep. I'm someone who knows when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. I'm always aware of the dreaming me whenever I'm having a good dream or a bad dream. I feel like I was not really dreaming. I lived there for almost 4 years. I was always afraid of nighttime. I locked the doors. I always kept the lights on. Things got better when I broke up with my toxic ex and I found a new boyfriend. I felt protected, no presence around when he was near. He stayed in my house almost every night and I was happy. What's also really strange is that a white cat that had one green eye and one blue eye would climb onto the tree near my window. It would get into my house whenever I left the window open. I didn't have any paranormal activity because of it, though. I don't know if it helped me or if it didn't, but as odd as I found this incident to be, I didn't feel threatened by the cat. My parents visited me. When they did, I told my father, and he was alarmed. He started looking for the cat. It never showed up again. I only saw the cat once on my house's rooftop and a few times near my house. My sister and one of my sister's friends did report paranormal activity when they stayed over at my house. They told me the door flew open one night, and the strange thing is that they had it locked. What's even stranger is I've dreamed of that particular door flying open. It's almost like I knew the house would do that, even when I wasn't there. My name's Alex. I'm 30 years old, and I've done a lot of stupid things for girls. But I'd never gone camping until last weekend when SARA wanted to go. It seemed obvious that certain things would happen if I did, so I gave zero consideration to the fact that I hate being outside. At least it wasn't real camping. SARA mainly wanted to hike the trails during the day, have s'mores in the evening, and sleep in the SUV. In this context, camping didn't seem so bad. She lives in a small town about 45 minutes away from mine, and the campgrounds are about 20 minutes further. So she's been going there her whole life. She didn't tell me the place was supposedly haunted until we were already on the way. But again, I didn't care. I don't believe in ghosts, and if she does, well, that could be its own kind of fun. I just don't think haunted is the right word for that place. When someone says haunted, I tend to think spirits of the dead, but this was, I don't know, but it was something else. The story wasn't even that scary. It's not like it was the site of some ancient battle or mass slaughter. It's not a serial killer's hunting grounds. It's just where a sick man took his family to die. I can't even remember his name. He was the town drunk back in the 70s, and everyone knew he beat his wife and kids, but no one was itching to do anything about it until he took them camping for a weekend, and they all ended up dead. Don't get me wrong, it's tragic and everything, but, I mean, that stuff happens, you know, and if ghosts were real, these definitely would have earned their haunting stripes, but they don't seem life-threatening. I mean, even if they were real, I still wouldn't be afraid of them. Not like I am now. It started off fine. We went on a hike, took pictures, stopped for lunch, and came back. There was just enough light left to get a fire started. I was about 15 to 20 yards into the woods when a pair of footsteps suddenly started walking towards me from the opposite direction. They only took a handful of steps, maybe 5 or 6, but the trees, they were too dense to see more than a few feet ahead. They were unmistakably human, and it was only the one pair. They were moving slow, too, almost like they were stalking something. I couldn't even be sure where they were coming from. The other campsites were too far away for someone to be wandering in between, and none of the hiking trails run through that area. I set my sticks on the ground, imagining what it would be like for some dark figure to suddenly emerge from the overgrown brush. My heart was racing, and the lump in my throat made the outcome seem most inevitable. I was frozen, waiting for it to happen. But then, the footsteps stopped dead in their tracks, and I called out a tentative, "Hello?" The resulting silence stretched into eternity as I waited for a response that never came. Eventually, I wondered if I even heard them in the first place. But I did. I'm sure I did. You don't mistake that sound. I hurried back to camp and did my best to explain what happened. But SARA thought I was trying to scare her. It was full dark by then, and we needed flashlights to get the fire started. But I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Any good feelings I'd accumulated towards camping were quickly drowned out by the certainty of a crazed maniac watching us. We had s'mores, but I was jumpy the whole time, and Sarah was beginning to get annoyed until the footsteps. They suddenly returned, just a few feet outside of camp. She didn't think I was being so silly then. It was too dark to see beyond our small perimeter, but the flashlight didn't reveal anything either. I just feel like I need to better describe these footsteps. They were so heavy, almost unnatural. It was like a really big man stomping around, but every few steps, he paused for a couple of seconds, only to return several yards ahead of where he stopped. Like he had the biggest stride in the world, or I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here. I wouldn't be writing this if I was sure of all that happened. When the flashlight didn't reveal any creepers lurking in the bushes, Sarah got excited and said it must be ghosts. Suddenly, her belief in the supernatural wasn't so cute anymore. It's hard to focus on that sort of thing when it feels like you're being hunted. After 20 minutes, the steps paused and never started back. Either a ghost had indeed vanished, or a serial killer was crouched in the bushes just inside the tree line, waiting. It was stupid not to leave. If we were sleeping in a tent instead of a locked vehicle, I don't think anything could have made me stay. But Sarah had her heart set on it, and as promised, I do stupid shit for girls. By midnight, we were settled into the back of her SUV, and there had been no more disturbances. I'd almost forgotten about the footsteps entirely, but once she fell asleep, they were all I could think about. Then, I heard a muffled cry for help in the distance. I couldn't make out exactly what she said, but the general tone was desperate and terrified. Some things are easily conveyed without words. It made my blood run cold, and Sarah was still fast asleep. She didn't stir in the slightest. I debated getting the keys and taking off, but I was frozen in place by the sound of footsteps making their way towards the SUV. They were moving even slower than before, as if trying to be stealthy, but they were just so heavy. I kept telling myself they were going to stop, but this time they didn't. Soon, they were right next to the vehicle, and I kept my eyes on the window, just waiting to see if the shape of a head would appear, while gently shaking Sarah. I needed to wake her without making a sound, and I didn't want to do anything that might cause panic. There was no question of a ghost. This was real. It was happening. Someone had been watching us throughout the day, maybe even while we were hiking, and they were biding their time for this moment. I was positive, and I'd had far too much time to contemplate how moronic our deaths would be. Time slowed to a stop, and Sarah wasn't waking. The woman would have probably slept through her own murder. I feel like it's okay to make that joke since we made it out alive, but it's also not really a joke, so I don't know. That's beside the point. What little movements I had made came to a complete stop when the sound of metal on metal made my heart stop altogether. It sounded as if someone were walking along the SUV, dragging a knife down the side. Even that didn't wake Sarah. It took every ounce of self-control to hold in my scream, but I knew that doing so would only speed up the inevitable. Each second stretched into eternity as the sound made its way towards the passenger window, and I finally saw the shadow I desperately feared. It was even worse than imagined. It didn't even look human. Whatever it was, its head was taller than the window. I saw its wide, hunched shoulders, and the screeching sound of metal was interrupted when its hand transitioned to glass. And I saw it wasn't a knife. It was a long, stick-thin finger, ending in what I could only assume to be a razor-sharp claw. Bile rose into my throat as the stench of rotten eggs filled the air, and I noticed a long crack forming in the window. Its claw was actually cutting the glass. I realized that this thing would have no problem getting inside when it finished toying with us. Maybe it knew that I was awake. Maybe it was just enjoying the hunt like a cat. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know I didn't want to get slaughtered by the boogeyman. The creature turned the corner and paused at the back door, just standing there with one claw in the center of the hatch window. Then, slowly, its malformed, disproportionate body turned to face us, and its hand slowly dropped, claw tearing and screeching the whole way down. And I finally snapped. I leapt out of the sleeping bag, threw myself into the driver's seat, and thankfully, the keys were already in the ignition. The moment it cranked, something collided with the back, and Sarah finally woke up. I'm thankful I didn't see anything above the shoulders and that I never looked in the rear view. But the second I hit the brights and punched the gas, Sarah screamed in a way that made my blood run colder than it had the whole time we were out there. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I feel bad because we both probably need to, but at the same time, I'm terrified of finding out. For starters, when this took place, I was smaller, not very strong, but I was a good runner. I always went to my friend's house at 6:45, returned between 8 and 9, but during the fall and winter months, it was much darker. This story takes place during the fall, so the roads were clear enough to ride my electric scooter home. It's faster than a 5 to 10 minute walk with headphones. It was roughly 8:45 when I started rolling my way home, and many of the walkways were pitch black. The only thing that kept me from falling was my familiarity of where the ditches were. At the halfway point, there's a path that runs behind a row of houses and alongside a school. At the end, there are lights in front of the school. Everything becomes easy to see again, but just before that is the darkest part. There's a massive ditch to the left, and with the exception of a few trees and bushes concealing its edge, it's completely hollow. There's also a smaller ditch to the right. In other words, it's the perfect place to hide from anyone without a bright light. I had just made it onto the street when I started hearing an echo of footsteps. Sounded like a second pair of feet. I rationalized it to be me slapping my foot on the concrete too hard when I pushed it off, but the steps didn't match. I slowed down and waited, barely moving as I listened. Stupid decision. And I didn't hear a sound. Relief washed over me, and I continued forward, but so did the footsteps. I didn't dare look back. I sped up, and a few seconds later, they did too. You might be wondering how they kept up with an electric scooter, but it wasn't very fast. All it really did was cut back on the amount of work I had to put in, but it was easy to catch up with if I wasn't putting my full effort into speed. I was going reasonably fast, refusing to look back or give any indication I was suspicious. Once closer to home, I began thinking, this is ridiculous. You're just overreacting about an echo. You're acting like a 9-year-old. Feeling a bit better, that's when I turned onto my street, and the most ear-splitting whistle sound came from behind me and to my right. I turned to look for only a second, but I didn't want to die, so I booked it. Without making a sound, I took off, almost destroying my shoes in the process of making it home. And I heard nothing except my own feet hitting the ground. Luckily, the garage was wide open. I rushed inside, closed it, and looked out to see if anyone was there. I never saw the person. I was scared to death for the rest of the week. Whenever I went to my friend's house, I never took that route again. Some people say it was my imagination, but even if it were, where the hell did the whistle come from? A little background for context. This past Thanksgiving was hard for my family. It was the first Thanksgiving without my biological grandmother. I called her Nana. Her life partner is my other grandmother, who I call Nain. So, just wanted to get that out of the way. On Thanksgiving night, me, Nain, and my half-brother were sitting in the living room, reminiscing on past Thanksgiving we'd spent with Nana, when we heard something fall in the master bedroom. Nain had closed the door to keep the dogs out of there, so no one or nothing was in there. We brushed it off and decided to put a movie on, and we were watching it when we heard voices coming from that room. We paused the movie to listen, but we couldn't quite make out what they were saying. We assumed it was just the neighbors and were about to continue the movie when we heard a voice call out for Nain in my Nana's voice. Only it wasn't her. We all knew it. Again, she called out this time for me. This time the tone in her voice was urgent, like she was hurting. "Help me," we heard her cry. My older brother, who's never really encountered nor cared for the supernatural, was shaking as he tried to get up when Nain shouted, something she's never done.
"Don't open that door."
Again, we heard my Nana crying while pounding on the door. When at 11:52 p.m., it was quiet. That was the time she died. Till this day, we haven't spoken of what happened. Nain had me sage the entire house the next day. When both my parents went to jail on drug charges, instead of being thrown into the system, my grandma agreed to take guardianship of me. And so at age 11, I was sent on a plane by myself to Twin Falls, Idaho, to live for a couple of months. Her house was a small 2-bedroom rambler. She hadn't finished cleaning the second bedroom, so the first couple of days, I was expected to sleep on the couch in the living room. This was not only a bummer, but her front windows were eye level with a relatively busy neighborhood street. She had a small grass front yard with a short chain-link fence to separate her property from the sidewalk, and even with the shades closed, I'd be paranoid about people seeing in. The first few nights, I heard noises coming from the attic. I tried to ignore them, hoping I was just scaring myself in this new environment. I hadn't yet become familiar with the creaks of this settling house, and every bump would make me pull the covers over my head and pray for sleep. One morning, I woke up to find my backpack of clothes had been dumped all over the floor. When my grandma woke up, I asked if she'd dumped out my bag. Walking over to look at the small pile of clothes on the ground, she jokingly suggested my Grandpa Franklin played a trick on me. But Grandpa Franklin had died near the end of last year. He was my grandma's brother. They were best of friends up until he passed. They'd purchased the house together when they retired. Grandma shakes her finger at the ceiling, saying, "You leave her alone, Frankie." Then walks into the kitchen to make breakfast. That morning, I flat out ask her if she thinks Grandpa Franklin is haunting the house, or if she was just pulling my leg. She tells me that she thinks he visits often, Sometimes he plays little tricks on her, letting her know that he's still with her. This weird solace made my grandmother feel comfort, but it made me feel even more uncomfortable. I told her about the noises in the attic. She said she hears them too. Grandpa Franklin had a little art studio up there. Now, every week, Grandma climbs up the attic stairs, all to pick up the easels and paintings that were knocked over during the night. He hides her jewelry, some items she's still not been able to find. Grandpa Franklin had a sense of humor that he'd taken to the afterlife, but I was assured he meant no harm. I tried to digest her information with breakfast that day and was secretly terrified for the sun to go down and my strict 9 p.m. bedtime to arrive. I woke up once in the middle of the night to use the restroom. I used to try not to drink anything after 7, so I didn't have to do this frantic dash in the dark. But Grandma had taken me to a movie earlier, and I'd filled myself up on popcorn and soda. I had to go. The house was completely dark, and I try to navigate my way to the bathroom. When I get in the doorway and flip on the light, it illuminates the stretch of hall, and in the opposite direction, I see the wooden stairs of the attic. They've been unfolded and opened to the floor. I lock the bathroom door behind me and hopelessly think of a plan to help me get back to my couch bed, hidden under layers of blankets. When I'm done, I slowly open the door again, the light once more reflecting off the retracted stairs. When I turn the light off, my stomach reaches up to my throat, and I close my eyes while running back to the living room. Landing back onto the couch, I dig under the covers. Hyperventilating, I hesitate, pulling the covers over my head. My eyes are readjusting to the dark after the bathroom, and in the corner of the living room, the shape of a person begins to define itself, along with the counter and entertainment center they're standing next to, completely still. From what I can make out, it looks like they're facing my direction. This makes me dart my head under the covers, fully enclosing myself in my safety shell for the remaining hours of that night. The attic was closed again when I woke up in the morning. Again, I tell my grandma what happened. She empathizes by saying Grandpa Franklin's keeping an eye on his granddaughter, and he checks on her a lot too. But seeing that figure really shakes me up. Grandpa Franklin was a tall, portly man. What I saw didn't resemble his frame. Its build was smaller, much thinner than I remember my grandpa being. I start sleeping with an open pocket knife under my pillow. It was 3 inches and all I had to protect myself against an entity I'd convinced myself wasn't part of the family. It would be the early hours of Easter morning that I'd meet it again. Awoken by the sound of deep, labored breathing, sitting just outside my blanket wall. Exhales too heavy and too deep to be my grandma's. I slowly grabbed the pocket knife and prepared to swing. It sounds like they're directly above me. I count. 3, 2, 1. Then, while laying on my side, I pull the blanket down with one hand, and with the other, I quickly jab the pocket knife out into the dark. To my complete horror, I make contact with something solid. The impact makes a sickening thud, and I feel the blade forcefully pierce through a dense mass. Before I have a chance to scream, the figure lets out a loud holler, falling backwards through the coffee table near the couch. The crash alerts my grandma, and she's up in the living room with the lights on in a matter of seconds. In front of us, lying in the broken glass and wood of the table, is a man, writhing in agony. The pocket knife is embedded into his face, deep enough to stand on its own. The man had hit the back of his head on the corner of the entertainment center when he fell, and he began to convulse into seizures. My grandma calls the cops, and they show up with the paramedics within a few minutes, and they take the bleeding stranger out of my grandma's living room. So, we'd come to find out that a crackhead had actually broken into my grandma's house a few months ago, coming and going through the window in the attic. Turns out, Grandpa Franklin's paranormal trick of hiding jewelry was actually a crackhead stealing and pawning my grandma's stuff at every pawn shop in Twin Falls. She was heartbroken. I don't know what was worse, the feeling of violation or finding out all these little signs of hope that she'd been collecting were false. I'm grateful we were never hurt. I'm also grateful that I could be there for my grandma. She was depressed and lonely without Grandpa Franklin. I think the little bumps and knocks that she heard helped her feel less alone. But I can't imagine what it would have been like for her to find that man on her own. In 2015, I had a baby, and I think something bad followed us home from the hospital. Either that or something was attached to my ex, because he also moved in around that time. He was a dark person who found demons interesting, and he was going through an addiction, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it. Soon after giving birth, I noticed a presence in the bedroom while we were staying at my parents' house. My boyfriend also heard a woman singing in there and thought that it was my grandma's ghost. It was her old room. Then I started having nightmares about a tall, bony woman with long, stringy hair. I strongly felt her presence in that room, and I'd see her the moment I closed my eyes. Before the baby, the room felt totally normal, but I became so frightened of it that I began avoiding it entirely until bedtime. Every time I opened the door, I expected to see her. I felt crazy, so I didn't tell anyone. But then, my ex woke up with scratches all over his chest and back after a nightmare about a demonic woman. He described the exact same figure I was dreaming about. The only choice was to continue avoiding the room during the day and dealing with the creepy feelings at night. But after the relationship ended, the nightmares subsided. One night, I stayed up all night cleaning and reorganizing the living room while my daughter and my parents were asleep upstairs. At 3 a.m., I heard a woman singing in the bedroom. I thought it was Mom, but she was asleep, and my daughter had no toys that sang that. We moved out a few years later, and there were no more encounters. I mostly forgot about the scary woman until last year. I had a dream about her. My husband was away on business, so my daughter slept with me. In the dream, I was laying with her exactly the same way, except we were in the bedroom from my parents' house. I was facing the closet, and the lady was standing there, just looking at us. Then I fell asleep in the dream, only to wake up in another, where I became semi-lucid. I knew I was dreaming, but something felt off, and I was uncomfortable. I shouted, "I want to wake up." But I only woke up in that room again, and the woman was still standing there, staring at my daughter. And that's when I actually woke up to my daughter crying and shaking me, asking, "Is she real?" My stomach dropped. I asked, "Is who real?" To which she eventually replied, "The lady in the bedroom at Mimi's house." Now, I'm wide awake and terrified. I asked what the lady looked like. She described the same one, except She said the woman had wheels instead of legs. I asked if she'd ever seen that lady at Mimi's house before, but she didn't know, because she wasn't sure if those instances were dreams or reality. My daughter scares easily, so I said I didn't think the woman was real. I feel like it would be best for her to forget. Thankfully, we haven't had any more dreams since. So, backstory. When I was young, maybe around 14, I was obsessed with ghosts. I'd research about them, watch shows about them, just had all of this curiosity all over. Within a few months, I started hearing noises, having disturbing dreams. I'd constantly hear footsteps when I was alone, and things like falling off the walls or doors slamming. I'd constantly have sleep paralysis dreams, but never saw anything. Not yet. Finally, one day, I woke up around 3 a.m. The energy in the room, it was off. Like someone was around watching me. It's the middle of winter in Illinois. The moon was out and it was snowing outside, so the moonlight was shining through my window. I finally muster up the courage to look over my covers, and 3 feet away from me is this solid black figure. It was like 7 feet tall, kind of looked like a person with a draped blanket covering it. The texture was also very rough. It nearly gave me a heart attack, so I put my covers over my head and fell back asleep. I woke up in the morning and thought maybe I was dreaming. Later in the day, I start telling my sister about it while sitting in my room, and then all of the lights in my room shut off. So we all get up and leave and start screaming. Later that night, I go to bed, and then I wake up around the same time. Before I open my eyes, I can tell I'm not facing the wall. I slowly open my eyes, and that same figure is standing a foot away from me. I go back under the covers for a few minutes, and then double check to make sure I'm not dreaming. It's still there. I end up telling my mom, and she sages the house, and that was the end of that. Present day, I just moved into a new apartment, my first time living alone. I just can't stop thinking about this creepy-ass face in my mind. Just imagine, like a girl from The Grudge. My closet is giving me weird vibes. I'm just really afraid if I keep thinking about it, the same thing will end up happening. Except this time there's no one else living with me or here to help. I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm just too scared to turn off the lights. I think I might sleep with the window open, just to hear the outside noises. Any advice? Does thinking about this type of stuff invite it into your home? When I was 6 or 7, my stepdad took my stepsister and me to Liberia. My mom was left back in the U.S. and sent us money to survive. My stepdad dumped us at his mother's house to live with his other family. I was alone in a foreign country, very scared. A man who claimed to be my uncle took me to his job. I was terrified and made sure to stay by his side. We were in a bustling crowd, and we would have to wiggle around. At one point, my quote-unquote uncle grabbed my wrist painfully hard. It hurt so bad I began to whimper. I look up to ask him to stop. I realized that the man grabbing me was not my uncle. I proceeded to lose my shit and started screaming. My sudden screams loosened his grip and let me slip away. Nobody tended to me or even helped me find my uncle. After a good while, I finally found him. He was pissed, blamed me for not paying attention. Asshole. In 1965, My grandfather was the sheriff of a small mining town that I'd rather not say by name, Middle America. Legend has it he, one of his deputies, and another detective were walking on the railroad tracks leading into town. They were investigating an apparent suicide that allegedly had taken place earlier that day. A transient had recently ran into a nearby shop to use the phone and report what he'd found. My grandfather had to leave Thanksgiving dinner to meet the detective at the railway. My grandma packed him a lunch full of Thanksgiving food before he said goodbye to my dad and the rest of the visiting relatives. Just after dusk, he'd reach the train station and be joined by the two men. The detective introduces himself as a member of the FBI. His name was James Montgomery. My grandfather asks why they're working a suicide this far out in their county, but his question was quickly dismissed, as James had questions of his own, all of them relating to the body. But neither my grandfather nor his deputy had been to the scene yet, so they all set off onto the tracks, looking for the body. It's not long before they come across their first sign of death, the man's head, presumably the furthest because it's rolled. They all stop to look at it. Back in those days, forensics wasn't what it is today. So they poked it around with a stick to turn it over, revealing the face of the unfortunate victim. But it looked like he'd been mauled. His nose had been torn off, and one of his cheeks partially separated from the jaw, broken in half right up the middle. The top of his head revealed more marks that seemed unusual from a suicide by train. The top of his skull was crushed straight down in a thick line of 3 or 4 individual teeth marks. James writes a couple of notes and directs everyone to keep going. Soon, they'd find an arm torn from the shoulder, a forearm crushed from a binding force. The deputy happens to shine his light by a tree, its base smeared with blood, a red trail up the tree into the branches. Following the trail up, they find what's left of the victim, laid in the branches above. Without warning, the deputy drops his flashlight and runs into the tree line, into the darkness, with a glazed look in his eyes. My grandfather yells his name, but it doesn't stop his pace. James tells my father to shut up, and as soon as he does, my grandfather knew why James had silenced him. Immediately, he can hear a low whistle. Focusing on the sound, its frequencies nauseating. Looking for the source, he points his flashlight even further up the bloody tree. From a higher branch, both James and my grandfather witness a large, dark creature standing above them, looking down. James pulls out some sort of tranquilizer gun and begins to fire rounds into the looming figure above. It lets out a scream and begins to leap through the trees, away from the train tracks. Speechless and in disbelief, my grandfather begins to pursue the monster, but James stops him. Then, James puts 2 rounds of tranquilizers into my grandfather's chest, leaving him to wake up near the tree line early the next morning. The body in the trees was gone, and he never saw James again. A search party would find the deputy, confused and lethargic, huddled and oblivious as to how he got there. The last thing he remembered was finding the arm. For months after, both he and my grandfather were monitored and spied on by unmarked white vans, wiretaps, and the occasional home visit from an FBI agent, always asking if there's been any headway on the suicide. The correct answer being that the case was closed already. No need to investigate it further. The deputy and my grandfather knew what they'd be risking if they'd chosen to press the issue. They played by the FBI's rules, and they never spoke a word outside of their immediate family. My grandfather retired in 1971. He and my grandmother would live out the rest of their lives in that small mining town. He attributes his harmonious later years to the choices he's made through the younger, and he doesn't regret his choice. Don't mess with the FBI, and don't walk the train tracks at night. Simple enough. I'm a 23-year-old woman from Canada. I won't give away exactly where I live, of course, but I'll try and describe the kind of area I live in. To start off, I'm self-employed and have to travel often to make a living. I've seen plenty of odd things, but this one still puts me on edge. When I was 21, I was traveling with my mom back home for an event called a powwow, where I sell crafted items that I make. If you're Aboriginal like me, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, then I highly recommend you look into them. To get home from the powwow, we have to go over a high mountain highway. This means that there's not very many towns, gas stations, or other forms of civilization, not until you reach the other side. We were close to the top of the mountain. I wasn't driving, but I was listening to music as most people my age do. I wasn't tired or wired on coffee like I normally am, and I don't do drugs or drink if I'm at a powwow, so overall, pretty alert and awake. As I was looking into space, my eye caught onto something in front of us on the side of the road, behind a tall fence meant to keep deer and moose off the highway. It was a white object, which was odd, and I honestly thought that someone must have lost a tarp off their truck or something. But as we were coming closer to it, I could see that it had legs, arms, and a head. I'm getting a bad chill at my spine just rethinking about it now. I felt my heart drop like a weight when I saw it raise its arms up to the top of the fence where its head would probably be about a foot or two above. So imagine how tall it would be compared to about a 6-foot fence, maybe more, meant for deer. It raised its arms and placed its hands on top of the fence, peering over it as if it was trying to understand how to get to the other side. I think I actually stopped breathing for a moment as we went driving past it. I didn't dare look away from it. It took me maybe a moment to barely sputter to my mom to go faster. She didn't understand at first why I was suddenly freaking out and barely speaking English. She probably thought I was having a mental breakdown, which wouldn't be too far from the truth. She almost pulled over. When I felt her braking and slowing down, I went into fight or flight mode, and I literally snapped back into reality, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Don't slow down, go." I probably continued to swear and nearly cry for another 15-20 minutes. As soon as we got to the next town, we stopped at the first gas station, where I had a panic and an asthma attack. I even realized I actually bruised my ear from ripping my headphones out of my ear so hard. Eventually, I told her why I screamed at her and why I freaked out so badly. It was tall, skinny, no hair far as I could see, unnaturally long arms and neck. It looked like it had small, dark eyes. I couldn't see if it had a mouth from that distance. It was probably shut, but imagine a naked, slender man with beady eyes. That's the closest way I can describe it. But Mom looked horrified from what I was describing to her. I'm not the kind of person to joke around with most things like that. I don't mess around with paranormal things, as I've witnessed some stuff that would horrify most people. We ended up stopping at a friend's house to stay the night, because we just couldn't drive the extra hour home after that. I didn't even sleep. I was too scared to, and I was worried that something would find me. All night, all I could do was think about a way to explain this to myself, like I was dreaming, or it was a tarp after all, or maybe I was just straight up going insane. The more I tried to think of a way to debunk it, the more I realized it was real. And that's horrifying, to think that something like that exists outside of video games and scary movies. Now I can't help but look down to the floor between my feet and break into a cold sweat whenever we pass that area. I won't even drive it myself. I don't know if it was a skinwalker, ghost, alien, but it felt like I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen. I still have the occasional nightmare from it, and I hate talking about it with my elders, friends, or family, because to be honest, I think I have a bit of PTSD from this encounter. But how could I explain it to a professional? I'm open to some advice to help me get my fear under control, or even a possible explanation on what that thing was. I think it could be helpful. I was homeless in Long Beach, California in 1980 at 16 years old because my mom was in federal prison and my dad lived in Texas. I was staying in cars and garages, and one day I was hitchhiking from downtown to Belmont Shores, and I was given a ride by a dude who was kind of strange, but I wasn't worried. I was already a hard drug user, and I'd been arrested for 25 pounds of marijuana in Huntington Beach, but that's another story. So I was picked up by this dude, and we drove down Ocean Boulevard, and he says to me, I have to make a short detour and pick up some Valiums. I said okay. We turned onto Colorado Street and drove a few blocks up that street. He parked in front of a small apartment complex building, and he said, I'll be right back. I was waiting in the car, and he came from the apartment to the car. He said his cousin had locked the Valiums in the safe, and that he'd paged him and was waiting for him to call with the combo. He asked if I wanted to come up and smoke a joint. I was like, okay, because I was a pothead. I followed him upstairs and entered the apartment. I sat down on the couch and immediately scanned the room for weapons because he was kind of strange. Long Beach is full of kind of strange people. I saw a pair of scissors and some other stuff scattered around the apartment. It was fairly clean and well kept. As I'm looking around, he reaches under the couch for what I thought was a weed tray. He says, Hey, you ever seen one of these? And as I look at what's in his hand, it's a pair of flex cuffs, and he says, Try 'em on, and attacks me. He grabs my wrists and pulls out a can of mace, spraying me in the face. He's able to get a zip tie around my wrists, but I pulled one hand out as he tightened it. I jumped up, and as we were fighting, I got to the scissors. I grabbed the scissors, and he got me in a bear hug from behind. I stabbed him in the face as he was trying to pin my arms. I'm fighting for my life, and I stabbed as hard as I could. His grip moved and pinned my arms, and he began choking me from behind. I was not able to breathe. I thought I was going to die. So I went limp, and I acted like I was done. He dropped me to the floor and dragged me to the bathroom by my arm. He opened the bathroom door and turned on the sink water and said, Wash your face. And he left me standing there. I immediately jumped into the rim of the bathtub, and he stuck his arm in the door, holding a towel. I was going to jump out of the second-story window. When I saw his arm sticking through the door, I body blocked the door, and he fell back. I jumped over him, and I ran out the front door. I got to the front door, and to my horror, I saw that it was a key lock on the inside. I grabbed the doorknob and I turned it, and it opened. I ran outside and began beating on every upstairs door of the apartment complex. It was like 12 units, so I ran and I yelled, "Police, police, call the police." I ran downstairs, and there were two guys tossing a football in the street. They must have tripped out because I was freaking out, and I had a zip tie around my wrist. They asked me what was going on. I told them what happened. I was explaining what happened, and they cut the zip tie off, and the weirdo tried to come out and leave. The guys helping me told the dude cops are on the way and that he isn't going anywhere. I heard the sirens, and 3 police cars came with lights and sirens blazing. The police asked me what happened, and I explained what happened. They went up to his apartment, came down, told me I had to go up to the apartment. I didn't want to go back in there. He told the police I tried to rob him and stabbed him in the face. He argued with the police that he wasn't gay. But as the police looked around, they found stuff that would show otherwise. Not to mention, they now had the zip tie that was cut off my wrist. They took me outside and explained because I was a juvenile, my parents would have to come to the station to press charges. They told me that if they arrested him, I would be coming also. I said I refused to press charges because I didn't want my parents involved. They left, and I went on my merry way. My mom got out of the feds, and I moved to Texas for 5 years. I came back. My mom and sister had bought a house almost directly across the street from the 12-plex. My sister said she wanted to introduce me to her new husband, and I almost had a heart attack. It was the dude tossing the football that day, and he said, "Where do I know you from?" I was like, "You remember the kid with the zip tie on his wrist?" He was like, "No fucking way." So this took place years ago when I was in primary school. I was maybe 7, 8, or 9 at the time. I'd just gone to bed along with my mom because I had school in the morning. To explain my house quickly, my bedroom was next to the kitchen and the bathroom. There was an archway to my favorite room, the lounge room, or my room, because I was always there. My mom was always in the kitchen. There were 2 doors in the lounge. One was the entrance, and the other was to my mom's room, where she would sometimes hit the hay on Fridays because she was so tired from the week. My mom had gone to sleep in her room, but I was still active and full of energy, so little me decided to get my energy out by mucking around in the kitchen for a bit, but remaining quiet to not get caught by my mom. In the kitchen, there was an LED tube hanging up because of my fear of the dark, and this allowed me to see a lot despite it being in the kitchen, and it wasn't pitch black that night. I could clearly see into the lounge. I mucked around in the kitchen, chuckling to myself, and little me decided to do a spin. The world spun around me so fast, until I spotted something in the lounge room entrance through my blurred sight. I stopped, and I looked at the lounge. I saw a tall, thin, dark figure next to my mom's room. I thought it was my mom, and I felt like I'd been caught, and she was going to tell me to go to bed, but it just stood there. I whispered, "Mom?" It stood there for a couple of seconds and then entered my mom's room, slowly. Curious little me followed suit when it was fully in my mom's room, and here's where things got a little freaky for me. My mom was in her bed, snoring. And I knew at that age, if Mom was snoring, she was fast asleep. In my mind, I went, if Mom's fast asleep, who was in the lounge and entered her room? I then decided to go back to bed, and I fell asleep with that figure on my mind. I never told my mom about this until I was in high school, and all she said was, weird. Although it's rare, when I spin around fast, I see something black retreat behind a wall when no one was even there. And this only started happening when I saw that figure. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? It didn't seem like the case at all. Sometimes I think I saw the shadow of an entity or a deceased person that entered my home for who knows what. Or it could have been something else, like the devil, as 12-year-old me thought. It remains a mystery, but I'll never forget that long, thin, eyeless figure who lurked into my mom's room, even though it was spotted by a child. So this happened when my sister and I were kids, and we went hiking in the woods in our backyard in North Carolina. We only had a few neighbors around us, and our house was surrounded by woods. It was a Saturday afternoon during the summer, and my sister and I decided to go hiking alone, like we did quite frequently. We were both under the age of 8, but our parents let us go hiking alone. We loved exploring the forest and discovering new places. As we made our way through the woods, everything was fine at first. When we went to our favorite place where we usually hung out, something didn't feel quite right. I felt an uncomfortable feeling, like something was going to happen. I looked around at my surroundings and I didn't see anything or anyone. My sister and I continued walking through the woods until suddenly we heard leaves crunching behind us. So we turned around to see what it was. There was nothing there, so we thought it was just an animal. As we started hiking again, we heard the leaves crunching, and as we turned around, we saw someone run and hide behind a tree. We could see their shadow coming from behind the tree, and it looked like a person. It was definitely not an animal. We both looked at each other and felt paralyzed by fear. We started freaking out and thought this person was going to kidnap us. I grabbed my sister's hand and told her to run. We ran as fast as we could back home. Once we made it home, we ran inside and told our parents. Our parents became worried and told us next time we go hiking, don't go too far from the house anymore. I don't know who was following us, but it still freaks me out to this day. I don't know what they would have done to us if we hadn't run away. So, for some backstory, my parents aren't very superstitious people. They're religious, but they're the type of people to find a logical explanation, especially for the harder to explain occurrences. So this dream they both had, it must have been quite realistic for them to act this way. The star of this post is my little sister, Mika. I think she was about 5 or 6, but I don't know. All I know is that she was very young. The night my folks had this dream, we were supposed to go to my step-grandmother's house to help fix something on the house's roof. I hadn't directly asked them what happened in the dream, but when we woke up in the morning, they told Mika to stay away from anything high. And when she asked why, they told her that they both had a dream where she fell from a high place. They told me to watch her carefully that day. They both looked genuinely worried for her safety, so I did precisely that. The entire day, I ensured that she stayed away from the ladders and pretty much anything that she could fall from a high place. The day passed without any incident, and the dream was soon forgotten. The following week or two, again, I can't exactly remember, that's when the fall happened. Now, I do want to reiterate that Mika was perfectly fine, which is mind-blowing. You'll see why in a second here. Before I continue, I need to describe the layout of where the accident happened. It took place in the basement, right beside the stairs. The stairs had this wooden pole that was supposed to be a railing, so there was a good amount of space underneath this so-called railing. The basement was unfinished then, which meant the floor was cement. Man, remembering this makes me wonder how the hell Mika walked away unscathed. To get to the basement, you walk down 4 steps to this small landing where the back door was located. Then they turned the opposite way and went down to the basement. Hopefully, that makes sense, like a split level. My parents and I were in the basement in the middle of an argument, which often happened in that house. Mika, being the curious kid that she was, tried to covertly position herself at the top of the stairs to see what the altercation was about. I have no idea what happened, but she somehow slipped from the top of the stairs and landed head first on the cement. We all surged towards her, worried as hell that she'd cracked her head open or worse. But after my parents inspected her for any wounds, Mika seemed perfectly fine, albeit a little rattled. My parents took her to the doctor to ensure that she was okay, and by some damn miracle, there wasn't any sign of a concussion or other severe injuries. Someone out there was watching out for her that day, and I'm so damn grateful that she's all right. Mika is now 18, living her best life. As for the shared dream, my parents never had a dream like that again. That was the only time that's ever happened. Thanks for reading. This is my first post, so hopefully the story was easy to follow. Also, I suck at ending stories, so stay awesome. I've struggled with the idea of sharing my experience, but mostly because I'm not sure if it actually happened or if it was just a dream. One summer, when I was 10 or 11, I was awake in the middle of the night. I could hear the horses running around the pasture as if something had happened. I decided to go check on things. At that time, my family had a massive old barn. We lived in the middle of nowhere. I walked through the barn door and found a very large man, as wide as snow, climbing into the hayloft. I remember being startled, but not frightened. He turned around, looked at me, and slowly lowered himself back down. Then he took a few steps before kneeling and putting his hand out, like one would do to a stray animal. As I looked at him, I felt like he looked sad and tired, not at all like he would harm me. I took his hand and walked him towards our kid hangout space, which was just an area in the barn where we had some old couches, a few toys, and a radio. The moment he saw the radio, he became more animated, ran towards it, started messing with it. That went on for a bit. I kept asking why he needed the radio. He never said a word, not one word. He wouldn't tell me his name, so I started calling him Radio. After a while, he put the radio down and sat on the couch. I brought over my favorite horse book and I started thumbing through the pages, showing him all of my favorite breeds. Eventually, he gently took the book from me and closed it, as if to say, I'm done. I got up and I put the book away, and he laid on the couch. I remember him being so large that his head was on the armrest while his legs hung over the other side at the knee. He was a giant, pure white, and I don't recall any hair. His eyes were jet black, but they weren't huge or angular. If anything, they slanted downward and were beady. After he fell asleep, I decided to go to bed too, but first I put a blanket over him. I woke up in the morning and the whole experience came flooding back to me. My feet were dirty, as if I'd been outside during the night. I grabbed some snacks, ran to our hangout space, and found everything as I would have expected it. The blanket was on the floor, the book sitting on the table. The radio was out of place, but he was gone. It's important to know that I had a habit of sleepwalking at this time in my life, so it's possible that this was all just a dream. At first, I thought he was just a very strange person, and I hoped he found safety. The memory never left me. By the time I was a teen, I decided the whole thing was a dream and let it go. Then Prometheus came out, and I agreed to go see it with friends. When the tall, white alien came onto the screen, I nearly jumped out of my seat. It wasn't an exact match, but it was like seeing a ghost. At the time, I knew absolutely nothing about aliens, and the only ones I'd ever heard of were the classic little green men. Nonetheless, I forced myself to let it go and move on. The memory couldn't be real, so I must have dreamt it. As more time passed, I began to wonder how I could imagine a being that I'd never seen or heard of. Could it have really happened? Could radio be real? Has anyone else ever had an experience like this? When I was a teenager in the mid-90s, I was riding my bike home from volleyball practice one night, just as the sun was setting. It was freezing out, but I'm not yet old enough to drive, and both of my parents work at the hospital, so if I wanted to play sports, this is what I'd have to do every Monday through Thursday after school. The back roads I took led past a stretch of bluffs looking over the Atlantic before a big hill led me into the neighborhoods. Riding on the sidewalk next to the fence, separating concrete and the grass of the bluffs, ahead of me I saw a large pickup truck, parked halfway on the street and halfway up on the sidewalk. It had its back bed door down. Next to the truck, on the other side of the fence, I see a man dragging a zipped sleeping bag to the edge of the bluff. He then dropped the side he was pulling and went to the other end. I stopped my bike, and I watched as he struggled to lift that end up before dumping it over the cliffside, then watching its descent. This whole thing really freaked me out, so I started pedaling as fast as I could past the guy, hoping he wouldn't notice me. But he does, turning around right as my feet started cycling. He didn't move towards the truck, but he followed me with his eyes all the way past his truck until I was out of view down the hill. When I got home, I called the cops. They said they would send somebody down there to check it out. I gave a description of the guy and his truck and told them I didn't recognize their license plate, but I knew they weren't from Maine. Nothing ever came of it, though. For all I know, this guy could have been illegally dumping garbage into the ocean using a heavy sleeping bag. But the whole situation really freaked me out. The title pretty much sums it up. Maybe haunted. For some background, our neighborhood is full of houses built in the 80s. They're not that old, but old enough for some to look abandoned. We don't live in the suburbs or anything. It's a very small neighborhood on top of a low hill, right next to a small forest. We live very close to each other, so late-night parties are a no-no around here. You've got the picture now, so I'll get on with it. I've only moved once, but it was at a very young age. Our old house is right next door. Because I was so young, I'm not sure if there was any occurrences before the move or not. However, I remember a bunch while I've been living here. Just gonna start with the more regular, common ones. Only at night, I hear footsteps on the roof. They're very clear, quick footsteps, almost as if someone or something is running on the roof. My room is on the second floor, so the roof is right above me. I decided to ask my father about this once, and my sister chimed in, saying she hears it too. I guess he didn't really have an explanation since he didn't even respond to my question in any way other than a chuckle. Another common thing is door handles and doors being constantly flung open and shut, up and down. I distinctively remember that our parents' room's door flung open, not a slow, creaky sound, a swing. The only people in the house were me and my sister. The dogs were with my dad's wife. Sometimes our things would be misplaced, even completely missing. Maybe that's just our minds playing tricks, but it was way too frequent. Here's the interesting part, I guess. Maybe not as interesting as you expect. It was some months ago, somewhere during October. I was home alone, which isn't that unusual for me. Parents at work, sisters at practice. The house isn't exactly new, so it makes those creepy sounds you'd hate at night. Well, it was just those sounds that made me walk out of my room. The stairs led straight to the front door, so I could see from upstairs that it was open. I yelled out for my dad or his wife, even my sister. No answer. I yelled again. Still silence. Annoyed, I make my way down the stairs, only to be shocked by the fact that nobody was in the driveway. I instantly slammed the door shut and began panicking. Was there an intruder inside? A murderer? Maybe some random homeless person. Well, the first thing my brain told me to do was run back up to my room, stay there until someone got home. I waited there, scared out of my mind that someone would be in the house. When my dad's wife came home, only 10 minutes later, I told her about it right away. She grabbed a long kitchen knife and started searching the house. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We checked everywhere. Just you name it. The closets, attic, even the chimney. Nothing. I was frantically sobbing the entire search. Up to this day, everyone swears that they locked the door after themselves. I knew they did, because I always checked after they leave. Another incident which happened way back, somewhere in the winter. As per usual, the running sound on the roof was happening again. At this point, we'd been living in the house for almost a year. I got sick of it this time, went downstairs to sleep in my parents' room. I still heard it. It just wasn't as loud. Strangely enough, it wasn't on the roof anymore. The sound was slowly making its way down to the side of the house. I freaked out, and I saw my parents doing so too. They tried to calm me down as my dad went outside to check what it might be. I fell asleep before he came back, so I'm not really sure what happened. I've tried asking him, but he won't tell me anything. I still wonder what happened that night. I'd tell you more, but right now I'm just way too tired. I know some of this might sound like some sort of silly nightmare or things I've been imagining, but we've all heard it. If anyone has an explanation for any of this, please help me out. Have I invited some sort of spirit in? Is it a demon? Or is it something completely different? I don't know. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. Okay, so I'm going to relate an experience I had when I was young that ended up making an impact on my entire life. I've never posted about it anywhere and haven't really talked to a lot of people about it. I really want to hear what people think about this. When I was 2, my mom married and we moved into a house on the edge of a small bush in a small town. Today, even just thinking about this house gives me the creeps. Last summer, I took my fiancé there, and as soon as we left, he told me how creepy he felt the house was, and that whole part of town was. I was a pretty quiet kid, enjoyed playing alone in my room. Around this time, I developed what my mom called an invisible friend. I named him Casper, and she said that he was a little boy that lived in the walls and in the closet. My mom would hear me talking to him a lot over the years. When I was 5, I saw something that scared the shit out of me. I was with my mom in the basement, which was semi-finished. There was a sort of sitting room, along with Bob's workshop, some storage rooms, and my parents' bedroom. My mom sent me into the bedroom for something. The light was off. I remember entering the doorway, reaching for the light switch, when I saw something standing on the other side of the bed. It looked to be about 7, 8 feet tall, and draped with cloth or wearing a hood, semi-transparent and smoky white, but it felt incredibly ominous. Of course, I completely lost it. I ran to my mom, screaming that there was something bad in the bedroom. She held me while I cried, tried to tell me it was probably just the dog. I refused to ever go into the basement again. After that came the night terrors. I was absolutely terrified at night, like scared out of my wits. I would curl up into a ball and pull the covers over my head. No matter how much pain I was in, or if I couldn't breathe, I was too scared to move an inch. When I did sleep, I would wake up screaming. I remember after this had gone on for a few months, my mom sitting on the edge of my bed, crying from stress, because I refused to let her leave and turn the lights out and refused to sleep. My mom split with Bob when I was around 7, and we moved out. For the next few years, I'd have to go back to the house twice a month for visitations. I always had a really hard time getting to sleep. I still refused to go into the basement. Now, 25 years old, I am still scared of the dark, and I still have night terrors. Looking back on this incident, it still gives me chills. A little more background, which is interesting, but may not be of importance. Bob and his father, they're high members of the Freemasons, have a super creepy vibe about them. Bob, especially, is just weird. He was also both verbally and physically abusive to my mom, and later to me. Any idea what I saw? Why it had such a huge impact on me? I still get the creeps thinking about it. I haven't been in that house for years, though Bob still lives there. But being in the forest, in that area, still freaks me out so much. It feels like I'm watching a horror movie. Anyone else ever encounter anything like this? Sorry if it's a bit long. Just wanted to include everything. When I was younger, we had this family friend named Joe. We called him Debinock. He was awesome, like one of those uncles who would spoil the shit out of you. He became sick one day and passed away when I was in school. I was in maybe 5th or 6th grade, so I didn't really know what was going on at the time. He was a diabetic, like my dad, but Joe's was worse. One of the last times I'd seen him was at my parents' place. I just got home from school. He was pale and seemed drowsy, silent. My dad told me he was sick and that he had something for me. It was a $5 bill. Before I got home and started to become aware of Joe's condition, my dad told me that he was seeing people that weren't there, like people who have already passed away, loved ones, just standing around in the living room, present. His condition grew dire. He couldn't leave his house or even get up to leave his bed, but his wife, Naomi, was taking good care of him. She had told us a story a few nights before his death. They'd had a horrifying experience. She was getting ready for bed and falls asleep next to her husband. She eventually wakes up to someone screaming her name. The bed is empty. Naomi realizes that the screaming is coming from the front door, and it's Joe's voice. He's shouting the words,
"Naomi, get the fuck out here and see this."
She jumps out of bed as fast as she could, and she races towards the door. As she's halfway, she can hear the glass smash, followed by these loud, heavy footsteps stomping off and down the porch steps. She approaches the door, and Joe is shaking, with this shocked expression, pointing off into the darkness. Naomi sees this shadowy figure bolting fast into the field not too far from their house. She was chilled to the bone, but was able to bring her husband back inside. It was peculiar. Joe was incapable of leaving his own bed, but was able to somehow, in the middle of the night, make it to the front porch with a glass of water for fresh air, where he was met by whatever that thing was. He never told anyone what he had seen. The scary thing is, he passed away while standing in the exact same spot. I'm a woman who experiences sleep paralysis often, and it's not fun. I recently moved into a new house in a beautiful village with a gorgeous view of the river. But what happened here, it's horrible. I lived a normal life, made friends in town. Life seemed perfect. Then one night I woke up and I couldn't move. This seemed I regularly experienced sleep paralysis, but after a few minutes, I looked out the window and I saw a boy. He had an unusually large grin. It seemed to be full of evil. Since I was paralyzed, I couldn't react. Then, the figure walked towards the door. I heard it open, and I heard his wet footsteps coming closer and closer, until the boy entered my room. He leaned over me, his huge grin directly above my face. Then I snapped out of the paralysis and was asleep again. When I woke up, I found wet footprints on my floor, and a chill ran down my spine. I got dressed and drove into town. There, I talked to people who shared a tragic story. Long ago, a group of friends were playing near the river. As a joke, one of the children pushed a boy into the river. He couldn't swim, and he sank to the bottom. Villagers tried to save the boy, but they were too late. They found him, sitting on a rock, eyes cloudy, mouth open. It was like he sat there and waited to drown. People say his ghost will grab your ankles, pull you into his watery grave. I freaked the fuck out. I tried to sell the house, but I couldn't because it's apparently famous for being haunted. I just hope I can get out of this place. Recently, my husband's grandfather passed away. Soon after he, our 2 kids, and I moved in with his grandmother. We're actually sleeping in her bedroom, where her husband passed away. I think it's too soon to say anything about what I've seen. I've never experienced anything like this before, which is why I'm coming here for feedback. My first sighting of his grandfather happened when I was entering the living room, and I saw a shadow pass by the wall where his chair sits. The second time, I was leaving the laundry room, and I swear I saw him bent down. The third time, it happened when I was walking down the hall to my children's room before going to bed. Our room is on the right, and when passed by, I saw my husband's grandfather laying on the bed. He was covered up, and I could only see his face, but it was him. It still seems so surreal. I'm getting goosebumps as I write this. I do believe in God, and I'm a Christian, but I've never experienced anything like this. There's a men's Christian homeless shelter in my city. I was homeless in 2010, around the time they purchased and converted an old VFW bar. They were digging out the basement to make room for showers and dorms, but I think they woke something in the process. Or something was attracted to the homeless. I was in and out of the shelter a few times over the following years. Sometimes I'd wake up from an episode to see a shadow gliding across the floor and up a wall. When I stayed there last year, I felt that thing's energy, and I've never felt anything like it. This thing knew I could sense it too, and it hated that. One night, I was laying on my mat, and off to the left, I saw a head peeking around the doorway. When it suddenly flew at me, before disappearing. I didn't know what to think. It all happened within a few seconds. I eventually fell asleep, and I had a sleep paralysis episode, but I managed to break free of it. I sat up to see an entity standing at the other end of the room. It wasn't a shadow. It was a very tall, gaunt, feminine entity. It had a weird-shaped head, with horns and a crown of obscenities stitched together by razor wire. Its eyes were hollow and black, while its mouth was small, with sharp teeth. More razor wire was wrapped around its body, and several strands were wrapped around the homeless men. It looked at me, screamed, and vanished. I've never seen anything like it, and it's still there, growing stronger by feeding on the weak. Is it a succubus or something else? This thing definitely had feminine features. I wish I could draw it. My husband, Hank, and I were still engaged when living in the home we called the Hammond House. It was named after the neighborhood. We lived there for 5 years and moved out shortly after our wedding. It was built in the 1970s, and too many strange things happened to relay them all, but I'll try. Before we even moved in, an elderly woman died inside. It was heavily remodeled after a fire, and someone had crashed their car through the living room. The activity we experienced started off small and escalated. The first night, we unpacked everything and got the house ready to be lived in. I was having trouble falling asleep when I felt an overwhelming urge to look down, and I saw a fat cockroach crawl beneath our bed. We hadn't even eaten in there yet. I know it's not supernatural, but it definitely felt like a bad omen. Hank has a shelf full of memorabilia that he arranges in a very particular order, and on countless mornings, we've woken up to find everything shifted out of place, just by a few inches. Sometimes the items would be turned diagonally, but remain in their proper positions. In his signed football souvenirs, they'd be face down and turned in the completely opposite direction. We discussed possible explanations, tested theories like maybe our speakers are vibrating hard enough to move things, but none of the explanations panned out. This is when we jokingly began referring to these events as goblin activity. Several people lived with us during our time spent in the Hammond house, including my friends Charlotte and Laura, along with Hank's teenage niece and nephew, Abby and Andy. Everyone who stayed there reported hearing someone else's voice, even when that person wasn't home. Andy heard Laura and I laughing in my room while I was at work. Laura heard me loudly whispering to Hank while he slept, but again, I was at work. Charlotte heard Hank pacing our bedroom while having a heated argument, but he was actually at work. Abby heard me and Charlotte cooking in the kitchen when neither of us were home. And Hank, he heard our cat meowing while she was sleeping in his lap. Abby also had terrible night terrors while living with us, but she never had them before or since. She'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming and convinced someone was banging on her bedroom door. We let our husky, Cal, sleep with her on those nights. From the living room couch, I could see through the dining room window and into the bedroom window. I would get chills, look to my bedroom window, and see the curtains deliberately pulled back just a few inches, as if someone were sneaking a peek. There were no vents under the window, no airflow. There was no viable explanation for this. After the first time, I started keeping the door shut and leaving the overhead fan off, just to make sure I wasn't mistaken, but the curtain only moved when I was home alone. Ultimately, We bought a curtain for the dining room window to ease my wariness, but it didn't help my overall state of mind very much. This next one, it isn't supernatural, but it is pertinent to the story. Over the course of 1 year, all 3 of our dogs died in that house. 2 two-year-old husky siblings passed from a genetic kidney disorder that they shared. And Cal succumbed to cancer at age 12. I know it's irrational, but I blame that house for stealing my babies. The puppies died before Cal, and he became very attached to me afterwards, but he also developed an almost aggressive distrust for our hallway closet. He would constantly lay there, sniffing under the door or pacing like something was in there. We checked multiple times, but there was nothing. One day, he was guarding the closet when I was home alone and in the shower, which is next door to this closet. When I bent over to grab the soap, I heard an unknown male voice coming from the closet. I quickly got out of the shower, still dripping wet. I inched my way to the door, listening. "Hello?" I finally whispered, but there was no response. I pressed my ear against the door, like the cliché that I am, and I heard a scratching sound. I screeched and ran to my bedroom with Cal, where we remained, barricaded and crying, until Hank came home. On another night, I was half asleep and waiting for Hank to come home when I woke to a sinking sensation of someone slipping onto his side of the bed. I flung my arm out to feel for him, but no one was there. I couldn't sleep until he got home. The last thing that happened before we moved is the event that shook me the most. I used to lay in my recliner, and my long hair would dangle over the back. My cat always saw this as a toy and tried to climb my hair like a curtain. So, when I felt my hair being tugged, I didn't think anything of it until I realized the cat was sleeping in my lap. The moment I realized that was happening, the grip on my hair was released. Once again, I screamed, cried, and hid in my room until Hank came home. There's so many smaller things that aren't even worth mentioning. Little items went missing and reappearing in strange places. It was always something we needed, like a tool or a key. We moved shortly after the hair-pulling incident, and we haven't had any goblin activity since. I'm not looking for advice. I just needed a place to get this off my chest. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022. And around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kind of weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. I love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her, a woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. I went hiking with my dad. We started talking about spirits and demons and all that. When we started talking about it, we felt something watching us. Me and my dad looked behind us. I didn't tell him, but I saw a pair of eyes as we were going down. I swear, something was watching us. Then we heard a scream. We ran down a trail with stairs. We're thinking of going back tomorrow, just not at night. If you've read my previous stories, you know that I used to do trauma scene cleanup. If you don't know what that is, I basically managed a crew that went into buildings where someone was killed, committed suicide, or died by accident. Really, any situation where someone suffered a messy end. Over the course of my career, we had a few gang-related murders. The majority were Mexican gangs, but there were a few Asian gangs too. Most deaths were the result of home invasions, but some were specifically meant to harm the families of those involved. They were sending a message. Surprisingly, not all of them were that messy, but the walls were usually riddled with bullet holes. We would remove the drywall to sanitize everything, so the family only saw clean-cut drywall, not 60 bullet holes. Blood was most often localized to where the deceased fell. In those cases, we would just cut out the carpet, or if it had a hard surface, we just cleaned and disinfected the area. If there were soft materials like bed or sofa, we'd dispose of those as well. As promised, the following is the worst gang hit scene I ever saw. It wasn't the number of people killed, it's what happened after the fact. In the early 90s, we responded to a call for homicide cleanup. It was a nice 2-story home in a Los Angeles suburb. We got called to bad areas just as often as nice ones. Terrible things can happen no matter where you live, but they may happen more often if you involve yourself with the wrong activities. We don't know the full extent of who the murder victim was, but we knew it was related to the Mexican cartel. The scene wasn't reported because someone heard gunshots. No, a neighbor saw water flowing from the house and down the driveway. They must have called the fire department after not being able to find the resident. Apparently, the guy was taking a shower upstairs when the gunmen entered the house and found him. The intruder sprayed the shower with bullets. He must have had a silencer for none of the neighbors to hear it. As the deceased fell, his body covered the drain, causing the shower to fill up with bloody water. It then overflowed to the downstairs rooms and out the garage door, before ultimately making its way down the driveway. For this to happen, he must have been shot at least 2 days prior. Not only was everything wet inside, it had soaked in bloody water. Since there was so much water, most of it was diluted, but there were areas where the blood clearly stained material, mostly upstairs near the bathroom. The smell, as everything started to dry, was nasty. Sometimes when I'm at a meat counter and they're spraying down the butcher area, it reminds me of being in that house. Looking inside the shower, I saw the bullet holes were at mid-height level and more ran down onto the floor. The hitman must have kept shooting him after he fell. Probably wanted to make sure he was dead. While we were working inside, the police took some stuff, but most of the personal items were still there. We saw that he had a family. There were pictures of them and kids' clothing, so he didn't live alone, but he was the only one killed. We were never told what happened to the rest of the family, but I assume the killer waited for him to be alone. This happened when I was 5, and I'm in my 30s now. It's been a long time, but I can remember it like yesterday. That's how much it terrified me. I woke to being pulled from bed, and a weird greenish white light illuminating my room, while a robotic yet angelic voice filled my head, saying they came to take me away. I was confused, and I tried to look back, but they kept pushing me forward. Then, like it never happened, I was suddenly back in bed, facing the wall. I stayed that way, too terrified to roll over. I know it happened, but it was gone with the snap of a finger, like waking from a dream. I'm not sure if it's connected, but after playing outside, I noticed a weird tiny shard in my toe. It looked like a shard from a broken beer bottle, but I had no cuts. I removed it years later. It was soft and bendy. I've seen tons of UFOs where I grew up. I saw one zigzag across the sky very fast before disappearing. On another occasion, I watched a big, round object that resembled a Christmas tree bulb rotate in the sky. It turned in different directions and shot off in the blink of an eye. I've also experienced some weird time lapses. One night during summer vacation, I was watching TV when I turned to look out the window and back again. It happened in a split second. Only a different program was on the TV, and suddenly it was daylight. A year later, I had another weird experience like the first one. I was paralyzed, and that weird green light was back, along with the robotic yet angelic voice in my head. This time it said, Then I woke up. I'm not sure if Andy is what it said, but that's what it sounded like. I don't expect anyone to believe this, but I wanted to share it anyway. I keep waking up at 3:33 a.m., and I also regularly notice the clock at 3:33 p.m. whether it's when I'm about to get off of work or just randomly checking my phone on a weekend. It's not always the time either. Recently, I've been seeing it in other places as well, and it's starting to freak me out. It happened this morning when I was telling my dad about all of this. When we hung up, our call time was 33 minutes, 33 seconds. 5 times within the last few months, I've woken up to the sound of someone yelling at 3:33 a.m. It always feels like I'm trying to yell something back, but I can never remember what I was trying to say. I live with my mom, my sister, and my stepdad. I usually get up at 5 every morning, while they sleep until 6 or 7. They've always been asleep when these incidents occurred. It started last November, and I think this morning was my 5th experience since then. The first few times, I thought it was a coincidence, but it's getting harder to believe that. When I woke up, my cat immediately leapt onto my chest, got under the blanket, and laid completely still. I felt like I was being watched, and I think he did too. My room is on the 2nd floor, next to the bathroom, which is directly across the hall from my mom's room. All the doors are normally left open, and this allows the bathroom mirror to create a portal with my mom's mirror. I know that's not a good thing to do, so I try to keep the bathroom door closed, especially at night. But it's always open when I wake up. My grandpa is a medium. I'm talking to him tonight, but I'm terrified of what I might learn. Update, January 19th, 2023. I talked to Grandpa on the phone last night since he lives in another state. He asked if I was wearing the crystal that he gave me and was surprised to hear I wasn't. Honestly, I've never had much faith in them, but I might be changing my mind. Next, he tuned in to see what he could sense, and he spoke to the spirits he normally communicates with. He personally found nothing to be concerned about, though my great-grandpa said that he would check in on me that night. Considering the man passed away before I was born, I was a bit skeptical. But then, after the phone call, I was talking to my dad in the living room when I saw movement in the next room. My dad is also very in tune with things around him. He asked if someone was in the sunroom. I didn't so much see someone as I felt someone. Dad and I went into the sunroom. Upon approaching the doorway, a cold chill blew past us. The hair on our arms stood straight up. I hated that feeling. Dad walked in and asked me to describe what I felt. I sensed a tall male that I'd never met, tall enough to hit his head on the sunroom's doorframe. Dad laughed and said it was probably great-grandpa checking in on me. He was 6'2". I didn't feel unwelcome in the space, but I didn't step inside of it either. Whoever was in there was unfamiliar, but also warm in a way that I can't really describe. When I walked away, I felt eyes on me, so I put on my shoes and said bye to my dad. The whole encounter has me very freaked out. I feel like I've opened a part of my brain that I'm not sure I want opened. Now it's too late. I don't know if this is the right place to ask about this, but I'm really scared. So I think I astral projected, but in a very scary way, not intentional. I fell asleep for a short nap. When I fell asleep, I was watching a video, a gamer. It was a live stream and he hadn't yet started the game when I fell asleep, so I knew nothing about it, especially not what it looked like. But in this dream, I could see the TV. I was standing at the foot of my bed, staring at myself. I heard my dog whimpering and walking in and out of the room. Then I could hear these voices that sounded muffled, I guess, I don't know, they sounded far away, yet very close. I don't know how to explain it. Then I heard these noises around the house, like creaking and things being moved around. I was home alone, and our house never creaks. I was so scared I kept trying to wake up, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open my eyes. Every once in a while, I'd get one eye open, and when I did, I'd flip it to where I was seeing from my own perception, like out of my own eyes. Then they'd just shut, like when you're super tired and you can't keep your eyes open. When they'd shut again, I'd be seeing myself from the edge of the bed again. Then I'd try to open them and nothing. Tried to move, nothing. This went on for a long time. Then I remembered once that if you're experiencing sleep paralysis, you can repeat stuff. I'm not really a religious person, but because I was freaking petrified, I tried it. Saying things like, "This is a home of God, and you're not welcome here." When I said it in my head, I got these chilling goosebumps. And each time I got it, the goosebumps got colder and colder, more intense. After doing that a few times, I was finally able to wake up. What could this mean? I'm so scared and I don't really want to go home. A little backstory. I've had nightmares every night since I've lived in this home. 4 years now. Nights I've slept away from home, I don't. A month ago, my boyfriend and I were home watching a scary movie, 9 p.m. He has a personal phone as well as one for work. After the movie, I said I was going to start a shower and wait for him to join me. He used his personal phone to call his daughter and then left both phones on the couch. He said he was going to grab some clothes and be right back. But after going into the bedroom, he noticed that his personal phone was no longer on the couch. He'd only been gone for a minute. He looked for it everywhere before finally giving up and getting into the shower. He told me what happened, and I promised to help him find it when we got out. After the shower, we spent another 5 minutes tearing the house apart, but still couldn't find it. We both called it several times, but we couldn't hear it. Eventually, I thought of tracking its location. That's when it showed up, in our neighbor's front yard. He thought I was joking until I showed him the screen. Neither of us had left the house, and both doors were still locked. I actually thought he was pranking me, but he promised he wasn't. I stood in the doorway as he went outside with a flashlight and called his phone again. He looked for a while, and then I watched him dig in our neighbor's bushes, and he pulls out a flashing phone. It had been raining. It was very muddy, yet his phone was completely dry and seemingly untouched. It never rang during that time, only vibrated, but the ringer had been on. We can't explain any of it. An update. Strange things have been happening ever since this incident. Stuff has been knocked over in the middle of the night. I hear footsteps when I'm alone, and I see things out of the corner of my eyes. We have light fixtures that you click on and off with a flat button, not switches. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch when all of a sudden, the dining room lights began turning on and off. They weren't just flickering. We could hear the buttons being clicked rapidly, as if someone were physically pressing them. My boyfriend said that he's never experienced anything like this before I moved in. After reading some comments, I'm beginning to think that some sort of entity might be attached to me. I've had other paranormal experiences before, so it's possible. This happened while my parents were vacationing in Southwest America. They got some food and started talking to a local who said that there was a box canyon on the way to their next stop. A box canyon is characterized by being narrow, having high vertical walls and a flat bottom. My mom makes it sound like he described it with an almost spiritual reverence, saying that it was incredibly beautiful, had superb acoustics, and he loved taking his guitar out there. My folks like doing stuff off the beaten path, so they decided to go. The canyon was isolated, and there were no buildings for miles. By the time they parked and made it to the canyon's entrance, the sun was just starting to set. They thought that they were the only ones there. They didn't see any other parked cars as they made their way into the canyon. Both of my parents started to feel a touch uneasy, but they blamed the fact that it was getting dark and the canyon walls were pressing close together. They kept going until they heard the noise. They both describe it differently. Dad says it sounded like a person, possibly a man, saying a low single word that he didn't understand. My mom says that it didn't sound like a word of any kind to her, just a strange, deep noise that rang out from somewhere nearby. It was accompanied by a brief, intense flash of pale light, just a few feet from where they stood. Neither of them knew what it was, but it lingered in the air for a moment before fading away. They were immediately filled with dread and a desperate need to leave the canyon. They hurried back to their car, and as they exited the dark canyon, Mom felt certain something was chasing them. Thankfully, they were able to get away, but Mom said she didn't feel safe until they had driven for a while. She couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were being pursued. When they eventually spoke of it, they weren't able to make any real sense of what happened. I grew up in a haunted town. When I was younger, I went to an event and I saw a neon blue orb, but it was shaped more like the dog from A Nightmare Before Christmas. I was the only one who noticed it, but it didn't feel strange or out of place. Our house was in a cul-de-sac next to a forest, and when standing at the edge of the woods, you could always hear a creaking noise. It sounded like a screen door opening and closing. Then, as I got older, it sounded more like a swinging noose. I never worked up the courage to look for the source, but it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Several years later, when I was 17, I was on my way to get my sister from work. She got off at midnight, and there was a cemetery on the road leading to her job. On the sidewalk, there was a barefoot woman with long brown hair, wearing a white gown. It gave me chills, the way she stared at me, so I hurried away. Several months later, at midnight on New Year's Eve, my friends described seeing the exact same woman. I had the same nightmare every night for over 10 years. I was always running down an endless hallway, no visible doors, windows, or lights. And I knew there was something chasing me, so I just kept running. I never got tired either. A couple of months ago, the dream changed. The hallway walls fell down, and the path turned into a treadmill. So I was always running in place. Eventually, I fell down and finally saw what had been chasing me. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, pitch black, but it was also sort of shiny. Its body was very thin but round, its head shaped like a siren. It had 9 arms with 7-inch claws for fingers, and its limbs were much smaller than its torso. I crawled backwards to get away, but it reached out, trying to grab me, and I woke up the moment its claws touched my foot. Then I found a fairly deep cut on my foot, exactly where it touched me. I definitely didn't have a cut there when I went to sleep. I work night shifts at a hotel, and I ended up talking to a nice couple who wanted to explore the property. They hadn't wanted to return to their room yet, and we happened to be discussing the paranormal. It was 2:30 a.m., and I looked behind them to see the exact thing from my nightmare walking onto the hotel property. I accidentally yelled at the sight, which caused the guests to turn their heads right as it was fading away. But they still caught a glimpse. None of us could explain it, so we let the conversation end there. They returned to their room, and I furiously checked the cameras to see if they caught what we saw. But nothing showed up. We just moved into a new house 3 months ago. It's in a pretty nice suburb, but it gets creepy at night when the neighbors turn off their outside lights before going to bed. I used to go out to the back patio to smoke, but it's the spookiest place of all. It's totally wide open, with low visibility. I often hear weird animal noises, wolves howling in the forest. Even though it's louder, I started smoking on the front porch instead. I try not to wake my children or husband. The first time I heard someone whistling was a few weeks ago. It was nighttime. My husband had just run to the gas station, which takes about 7 minutes. The neighbors hadn't gone to bed yet, but I heard a whistle, like when you're trying to get someone's attention. It sounded alarmingly close. I looked back in the house. My husband wasn't home yet, and there was no sign of anyone outside. I was a bit freaked out, so I went back inside. Later, I told my husband, but he shrugged it off. Just now, I went out back to the patio, and I heard it again. This time, it was 2 a.m. All of the neighbors' lights were off. Not a soul was moving. The only sound I heard was a faint knocking, like a table rocking in the wind, except it wasn't windy. Then I heard squeaking and wondered if there were raccoons in my neighbor's trash. But then there was another quick whistle, just as I headed back in. It was still close, but further away than the last. With how close it sounded, I should have been able to see whoever was doing it. But there was no sign of movement. All the neighbors' lights were off. I was literally shaking as I went inside. It's creepy, like someone is doing this to me. I went upstairs to look out from a higher window, and I still didn't see anything. I don't get it. Eight years ago, my dad refurbished an old 1800s wardrobe and put it on my mom's side of the bedroom. 2 nights later, she started complaining that it was eerie, gave her a bad feeling. A week after that, it started opening itself in the middle of the night, and she saw a man inside that talked to her. Dad didn't believe her, so the wardrobe stayed, and things got worse. The house began to stink. The air was damp in my parents' room. Not knowing where the smell came from, they started looking for mold, but couldn't find any. Instead, they just cleaned and sprayed air fresheners. 3 months later, the activities worsened, and the whole house was affected. The doors would unlock on their own. Cupboards would open, and the cups that my mom drank from would always be broken when she woke up. This scared her, so she decided to sell the wardrobe. 2 old people bought it a week later, but we don't know where it ended up. Also, when Dad refurbished it, he found a panel on the bottom it revealed a hidden red box covered in dust. Inside was an old cufflink, a Swedish love letter, and a strand of horsehair. Obviously, they tried to find the owner, but they didn't have any luck, and in the end, they put it back in the wardrobe. This isn't fiction. It genuinely happened. I experienced things firsthand, but nowhere near as much as my mother. I don't have any pictures of the wardrobe or the items, but I could possibly find the eBay listing on the Wayback Machine. I'll let you guys know if I have any luck. Let me start off by saying my husband is Native, and this happened about 6 years before I met him. My ex-husband was stationed in San Diego, and I flew out there to visit him. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to stay with him on base for whatever reason. Don't ask me, because I don't even know myself. Also, I should add that I had just given birth about 3 months before this, and I had my son with me. Anyway, I found a hotel that wasn't far from base and close to food and whatnot. I went out to get some food, walked back to the hotel since it wasn't far. Unfortunately for me, my horrible sense of direction got me lost. I ended up near a wooded area, but there was a highway also nearby. It was getting close to sunset. I started seeing sets of shining eyes. I thought that they were just coyotes. I'm not afraid of much. After about 20 minutes, one set of shining eyes got closer, and I saw that it was a coyote. I watched Steve Irwin as a teenager and remembered that if you make yourself appear bigger and louder than you actually are, they'll usually just run off. So I started clapping my hands and shouting. This one, however, it didn't. It stood up and started walking like a person. I've never run away from something so fast. It never followed me, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. It wasn't until I met my current husband that I found out what it was, and the look on his face when I told him this story. He went pale. He never said anything, he just kinda nodded like he understood. Maybe it knew that I was still semi-healing from having recently given birth, or it saw my son in the stroller that I was pushing, just wanted to scare me. Either way, I don't know. I just know it succeeded in scaring me. This isn't really a question. It's more or less me telling the story of how I saw a skinwalker and didn't even know what it was at the time. I don't know where else to put this right now. I'm so spooked. I hate this, whatever it may be. So since I moved into my current home, myself and my housemates have been hearing this very high-pitched whistling sound. It's coming from the house next door. This house is completely abandoned, boarded up as a fire blazed through it a few years ago. When we first moved in, my housemate mentioned it and said, "Did anyone hear that whistling last night?" I've been living here nearly a year now, and I hear it almost daily. But recently, it's been getting progressively worse. It's getting louder, longer, and much weirder sounding. First, it was a small whistle. Now, it's a long, aggressive whistle. Catches me off guard all the time. I just heard it about 20 minutes ago. I normally hear it at night when I'm in the kitchen, but occasionally I hear it during the day, but it doesn't sound as scary. I really hope that it's just wind flowing through an empty house, because that whistling sound has me feeling like a 5-year-old hiding under the blankets. I would post a video, but it's hard to catch since it happens randomly and doesn't last long enough for me to whip out the phone. But if I happen to catch it, I'll definitely post in the comments. I live in Alaska, and we have a legend of creatures called the Kushtaka. They're half otter, half man things that can mimic voices and lure people to their doom. similar to Will-o'-the-Wisp. One day, my friend Sam was hunting with his father and brother. They'd been out for a while when he heard his father's voice calling him from behind. But he could see his father about 20 feet ahead. Sam hurried to catch up, asking if his father said anything, but he hadn't. He did, however, hear the same thing his son had. He told Sam to grab his brother and come right back, and that's what he did. Once they returned, their father said, "Listen very carefully. When I say go, I want you two to follow me as closely as you can. Ready? Go." They all began sprinting through the woods at a breakneck speed. Sam swore he could hear something chasing after them, but he never looked back. After a few minutes, his father pulled them into an alcove behind a fallen log. They waited there in complete silence as they saw something furry and wet run by their hiding spot, and it smelled like rotten fish. Once enough time passed without hearing anything, they left the hiding spot, and they saw something. They saw some odd-looking footprints, more animal than human, and Sam found a bit of hair stuck in the nearby branch. He showed me the fur, and it was extremely gross. It was green and slimy, and it only looked like hair until I touched it. Then it was obviously fur. Plus, Sam had never lied to me before. I have no doubt that he saw Akustika. This has been happening for roughly 2 years, and my family and I have heard it all. It started with a knock at the door while Mom was cleaning the kitchen. It was 10 p.m., and since my father was working out of town, she wasn't going to open the door for anyone she didn't know. She looked outside, but no one was there. She thought she was hearing things until my sister came out of her room, saying that she also heard a knock. A couple of months later, my parents went to have drinks with friends, and they let my sister and I stay home. We were chilling in the living room, and I forgot to lock the door after taking the dogs out. Suddenly, there was a loud knock. My sister looked outside, but she saw nothing and quickly locked the door. A week later, I was in the living room petting our dogs on the sofa when I heard a quiet knock. It was almost midnight, so I told my father. Nothing was there when he checked, but I'm positive I heard a knock. After that day, we didn't hear the knock again until today, January 16th. It was 10:30 p.m., and I came to sit in the living room because I had a bad feeling about being in the back rooms. I talked to my mom for maybe 10 minutes before we heard a little knock. We thought nothing of the first one, but after the second time, Mom asked if someone was knocking. Then, a third and final knock sounded, and my sister confirmed that's what it is. We don't live in a bad neighborhood. What could all this knocking be? There is a haunted church. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, and an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live. It was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned. And there was also a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in that house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation. They told me that on several occasions when they left the old house to turned off all the lights. They would turn around and see that the lights had been switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal. I've had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so I wouldn't have been surprised if something wasn't grounded right. Didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I'd turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've been asking him again to show me any sign that he's here, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But, without asking, I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair and was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so definitely no one inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them, waving my hands, they never come on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said that they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Maybe he finally will. This happened late on a Saturday night 40 years ago, when I was 10 and living alone with my mom. She'd gone to bed, but I was having trouble falling asleep. My room was dark, but you could still make out shapes. The sliding closet door was normally closed, but it was open that night. I was laying in bed facing the closet door when I saw it. At first, I thought it was my hoodie, but then it floated out of the closet, straight towards me. It was hard to breathe, but I hid beneath the blankets, hoping whatever it was would go away. I waited for what seemed like a long time before finally getting the courage to poke my head out, which was a terrible idea. That thing was still coming closer. It looked like a black cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, and I couldn't see any hands or feet. It didn't have a face either. It came even closer, so I closed my eyes to pray it away. I was so scared I didn't know what else to do. When I opened my eyes again, it was right by my bed, and I stopped breathing. The figure bent down, getting closer to my face. But then, it retreated toward the closet and vanished. But I continued screaming bloody murder until my mom came to check on me. I frantically explained what happened. She didn't believe me. To be fair, who would? Obviously, I didn't sleep anymore that night. The next day, I hung out with my friends and completely forgot about the figure until I was ready for bed again that night. The moment I was back in my dark room, all the fear returned. I watched some TV to try to push it out of my mind, but while laying there, I noticed the closet door was open again. I tried to blow it off. That's when the visitor returned. It floated over me just like the night before. This time, I pulled out a very noisy toy machine gun and opened fire. The entity paused in the middle of the room, and still, looking directly at me, I presume, it proceeded to back up and fade away. I still don't know what it was, but I never saw it again, and that's good enough for me. When I was a teenager, a few friends and I were stupid enough to try out an old Ouija board. We didn't know what we were doing, and we made the grave mistake of not saying goodbye, which was about 2.5 years ago. But the terror is just now catching up with me. I've always noticed the occasional weirdness, stuff out of place, noises, but I wasn't sure, not until this past month. It started with small things, seeing shadows or hearing whispers. I thought that it was just fatigue or trick of the light, but then the activity began to increase. I noticed things moving, heard doors slam. I even saw a heavy hardback fly off my shelf. I got scared. I thought I was going crazy until I remembered the Ouija board. Then I became even more frightened, and things kept getting worse. Stuff is always getting slammed around, and the worst thing yet happened just last night. I have a big, heavy glass cup on my shelf, and it came flying right at me. I'm genuinely terrified. Can someone please tell me how to get rid of this thing? Last week, I was visited by a little blonde boy with blue eyes while sleeping. In a dream, I was in the bathroom downstairs and suddenly saw him peeking from the hallway. I jumped, overwhelmed by fear. Subconsciously, I knew that he was dead as hell. This was some kind of lucid dream. Everything was so vivid and real, but also felt like a normal one. Though I've had lucid dreams before, and I just can't put this into a category. I don't know what it is. Anyway, sometime later, I got to the boy to try to talk to him, but that's when I woke up. I think he said something, but it was blurry. Felt like I was being pulled away. My sibling has mentioned that he's seen a boy in our home before. I've asked her about it. She described to me his exact appearance. Small kid, bowl cut, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a blue shirt. Strange thing is, I've been visited by a young girl around the same age who's also blonde and has blue eyes. She had pigtails and a dress on. Both could be the same height. So, I'm not quite sure if a ghost can even do that. My mother, who's a mini medium, said it was a spirit, but refused to elaborate. There are no deaths in my family, not that I'm aware of, especially not 2 blonde kids. Perhaps they are siblings. Can't find any news articles about a murder in town. Nothing that involves 2 children. I was sitting on my bed with my computer, watching a movie when suddenly my Alexa activated, listening in from the opposite direction of my bed. My headphones are connected to the computer, so there couldn't have been anything that triggered it. I took my headphones out immediately and listened. My mom had her show paused in the living room, and I could hear her in the kitchen making toast. It's not unusual for her to make toast before she goes to bed. Anyway, my Alexa has activated for some reason, and I can tell that she's listening to something. She's deactivated after about 30 seconds of listening, and I want to ask her to turn the lights off. She kept saying my light isn't responding, to check its power supply. I got a little freaked out and used my computer light to see. Since it wasn't too bright, I couldn't see much, but something moved. I scrambled out of my bed into the light switch. It wasn't on. I flicked it on, and it didn't work. I did it over and over, and it refused to work. I couldn't leave my room without a mask because my parents had COVID. My mask was not on the door handle. I took the wooden sword next to the door, and I held it in my hands as I flicked the light up and down repeatedly. Slowly, fast. It didn't work. When it finally turned on, I was shaking to no end. There was nothing there. I grabbed my phone, which was on the floor somehow, turned on the flash. Looking around, there was nothing. Not a single trace of someone or something in the room, except my Xbox controller on the floor, knocked off of its charger. It was late, so I didn't sleep that night. I kept my phone and wooden sword next to me, under the covers, held tight in my hands. I ruled out the possibility of an intruder because me and my mom are home all the time. My dad is too because it's Christmas break and he's got COVID. No one could possibly get in without being seen in my small house. I've had more than one encounter with odd occurrences in this same house, but this, by far, the scariest. On December 29th, 2022, I was traveling from Santa Barbara to a small town in the middle of Nevada. Pending how late it was, I'd either stop for the night or continue towards home. There were 4 people in the car, and 3 of us saw a lady with a pale white face and dark, scraggly hair extending past her shoulders. She was wearing normal-looking, clean clothes. But the thing that freaked us out was the fact that she had no face. The 3 of us who saw her are 100% sure that she did not have a face. It was almost 6 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet. Suddenly, the fog began closing in, and we started seeing weird road signs that made no sense. They appeared more and more frequently, until they were only 5 feet apart. This might be related to the faceless woman, or maybe it wasn't. I don't remember the actual road, so I'm not sure if those signs were in our world, or if we were in theirs. I'm sorry there isn't much detail, but I'm sure I wasn't asleep. I was far too anxious to sleep, and we were only a few minutes away from our Airbnb. When I was 12, I had a friend named Jay who was 14 and also friends with my cousin. He was an eccentric person and liked to talk as if he were in medieval times, so he didn't have many other friends. I found him funny. He was also into botany and would often go into the woods to study plants, identifying which ones were edible or not. Every time I went with him, he wore an orange hoodie with his name on it and brought along his Jack Russell Terrier. The day of the incident, I was supposed to go to my cousin's house, which was 10 minutes away by bike. On the way, I passed the small entrance to the woods that Jay often used, and I saw him entering with his dog. I yelled his name, but he never looked up. I made my way to the opening and yelled his name again, but he never turned around. He just kept walking. Even his dog didn't react. I almost followed him, but I went to my cousin's house instead. He wasn't there, but his stepdad came to the door and broke the news that Jay was in an accident. He and his dog were coming back from the woods later than usual, and a drunk driver hit them. Jay lived for several hours before succumbing to his injuries. I was shocked. I never told anyone what I saw, and I always kept that doubt with me. I talked to a medium about a year ago. She said my dad wanted me to visit his grave. He was deported a couple of years ago before his death and was laid to rest in Mexico. I'd always kept that thought with me, but never acted on it. A few months ago, I had the time, money, and opportunity to go visit the home he was staying in Mexico before he passed. The day before I left to Mexico, I stopped by the home that he had in the U.S., where I lived with him for 10 years. The place was filled with butterflies, specifically the tree he used to sit under and we dedicated to him after he passed. My mom still lives on the property, said she visits the tree routinely, that it had never been like that, even when my dad would spend summers under it. I'd secretly hoped it was a sign. I only remembered the medium after I watched Jim Parson tell Tyler Henry that when he canceled his reading, a bunch of hummingbirds and butterflies showed up on his property. Does anyone have any theories? I'm big on the earth recycling our soul's energy. I'd like to think that it's just their spirit's way of acknowledging us in the only form that they can. I'm a 27-year-old male. I live in a small German town. My parents bought their dream home the year after I was born, and we moved into it the following year, 1997. Everything was fine until the late 2000s when a salesman from a grocery store chain tried to buy every house on the street so the store could expand. This was the beginning of an ordeal that lasted for nearly 10 years. It didn't end until my father passed away, and we were forced to sell the house for far less than expected, since Dad left a huge debt in mine and my mother's name. He was mentally ill. Today, my mother said the paperwork is finally done, and the store is going to demolish every house on the street before the month's end. While talking, she mentioned wanting to put a rose in our old house before it's demolished, and I still had a spare key. While inside, I felt a cold breeze and started smelling mothballs, like someone with a bag full of them had just walked by. When I went out back, I stood in the middle of the small courtyard, and something pressed into my shoulder. I wasn't able to physically move or breathe for a moment, and I felt like I was being watched the whole visit. The mothball smell followed me the whole time. Mom said she used to occasionally smell mothballs and feel cold breezes when she still lived in the house. And she thought it was because of all the ghosts. That was the whole reason she wanted to leave a rose. The house was built in around 1628, but was partially burned down in the 1700s. We believe there used to be a connection to the church up the hill, but we were never able to prove it, even though we've seen the original plans. They show a pair of stairs leading down to where the living room used to be. Did I encounter a spirit? Why was I the only one it ever touched? Can anyone tell me? A few months ago, my father-in-law had a heart attack and hit his head. He's now brain dead in a medical facility, but his country doesn't allow the withdrawal of life support. Instead, he's being kept alive on a ventilator until his natural death, if you can call it that. Ever since this happened, I've been having waking visions of him in an old-school Soviet-era bureaucratic office, trying to claim his body. Each day, he works his way through the queues of 5 windows in order to get all the paperwork and stamps needed to return home. But it always ends the same. When he gets to the front of the line, time has run out, and the bureaucratic slams the window shut with instructions to come back tomorrow. Some days he gets closer than others, but it's never enough. My neighbor's mother comes from generations of women with the gift. So I asked if her mother could communicate with him, since he's in this in-between place, but she couldn't. That's not how it works. She can only communicate with the fully dead. She did advise that the family should tell him that it's okay to go towards the light, but I didn't have the heart to tell them. 2 weeks later, my neighbor and her mother were doing a reading, and the mother got a message, one that I needed to tell the family because my father-in-law, he doesn't fully realize he's dead. He's lost. They also used his nickname. but I never even told them his actual name. I don't know what to make of this. As a child, I would stay at my grandfather's house while my mother was out running errands. I usually wasn't afraid of his house unless it was late at night, but when I was 4, something happened during the day. My aunt was living there at the time, but she had left early one morning before my grandfather or I woke up. Later, my grandfather left to run some errands thinking that she was still upstairs. When I finally woke up, I called out to him. And after a few minutes, I began to panic and ran upstairs to find my aunt. That's when I saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her closed door. It was like a 3-dimensional humanoid shadow. It had no features and stood completely motionless. I began creeping towards it, but when I got close, I chickened out and ran back downstairs, panicking with tears in my eyes. I guess human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother realized I was alone after speaking to both my aunt and grandfather, so she sped over to pick me up. I was more afraid of being in trouble for wetting the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. Once we were in the car, Mom asked if I went upstairs to look for my aunt. I said yes, and that a man had been standing at her door. Imagine randomly hearing that from your kid. I'm an adult now, and my mother says that when she was younger, she woke up to see 2 men talking in that hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She screamed to wake up her dad, but when she turned back towards the hall, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old. I think there's at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't experienced anything else other than seeing a shadow that looked like my dog running towards my bed. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. I'm almost 40 now, but this happened in the late 90s when I was still in high school. Dad managed a restaurant in the evenings, so he wasn't home. But Mom was in the kitchen. My brother was watching TV in the living room. I was using the old computer in my parents' room, and in the corner of my eye, I clearly saw 2 legs walking towards the door. I assumed it was my brother, but when I turned, nobody was there, and the door was half shut, enough to make it impossible for my brother to squeeze through it. Then, I suddenly froze with an eerie feeling in my gut, but I slowly brushed it off, and I returned to what I was doing. A week later, my mom and I were talking in the living room, and she was standing in front of 3 large mirrors. As she was talking, I saw a blurry shadow figure run across one of the mirrors. I interrupted her mid-sentence to tell her, and she freaked out. Nothing really prompted these experiences. I haven't seen any movies or read any books that would fuel my imagination. I hadn't even told anyone else what I saw. Another week passed. My dad came home after just making friends with the building manager, Rick. Apparently, one of the tenants on another floor had quietly passed away about 2 weeks ago, and they'd been sitting there in their apartment ever since. Needless to say, this shook me to my core. Dad didn't know about my recent experiences. I knew that it was that poor person's spirit that had been wandering the building. I never got a negative feeling from it, so I can only assume that they were just lost, trying to let us know. I get sleep paralysis on rare occasions, and I think they happen when I encounter a spirit. Sometimes I can astral project during sleep paralysis. I've done it a few times now. The first instance was during an episode I had on the couch. I sat up and looked around before realizing I couldn't physically feel anything. I looked down at my sleeping form, and and that was cool as fuck. But then it got weird. There was an electronic sound, followed by a screeching shadow figure bursting into the room. It didn't attack my physical body, but my spiritual one. And it knocked my phone onto the floor when it moved the coffee table. I didn't know what to do, but I laid back into my body and I woke up. I know it was real because the coffee table was moved and my phone was on the ground. The second time, I was knocked out of my body by a strange shadow thing. It started as a sleep paralysis episode. When I'm having one, my face goes numb like I've been sedated. That feeling had subsided, and I was scanning the room when I saw something in my peripheral vision. It was a humanoid shadow figure with a stick-thin body and an oval-shaped head. I couldn't see any distinguishing features. It was both moving and stationary at the same time. But I can't really explain how. It's like it was transitioning between reality and a dream. I kept staring at it, hoping the sleep paralysis would end, but it only ended after the figure came much closer. I didn't see it move, yet somehow it knocked me out of my body, and I fell onto the ground, paralyzed and staring up at the dark figure. It was hovering over my body, attaching some kind of webs to me. I felt like it was trying to possess my physical form. It took great effort to figure out how to move, but I managed to fly back into my body and wake up. I don't know if it was a lucid dream, but I saw it as clear as day. And it didn't feel like a dream. This New Year's Day, I wanted to do something special with my boyfriend. So we spent the night at a fancy desert resort. The whole day was absolutely wonderful. We relaxed by the pool, saw some native wildlife, had great food, and so much more. By nightfall, we were quite tired from being in the sun all day. We decided to have a relaxing night in, just watching movies and pigging out. At 11, we heard a party starting in the sand dunes, but we didn't think anything of it. Of course, people were partying on New Year's. The music was loud. People were yelling and laughing. They seemed to be having a great time. When our movie marathon ended, it was around 3 o'clock, and we were exhausted. But the party was still going strong. Good for them. Except it continued on that way until 5:30. It was annoying, but nothing weird. Until it was time for us to check out, and I commented about the crazy party that lasted all night. She said the party in the main hall was great, but they ensured it only stayed open until around 2. That was pretty weird. Thinking out loud, I wondered if people had camped close to the resort and thrown a party. But the receptionist said that wouldn't be possible. The resort owns roughly 500 acres, so it would be impossible for anyone to camp close by. We definitely heard a loud-ass party next to us. Freaked out and determined to find a rational explanation, we checked out the suspected area. But there were no signs of a party. Nothing was there except a vast, empty desert. Now we were freaked out and just wanting to get the hell away from there, but I couldn't let it go. Later, I started Googling keywords, and I read that jinns live in the desert, and they're known to congregate near people having parties and drinking. So, was this a group of jinns out having a good time? Or am I looking too deep into this? Aside from the lights shutting off on their own, or the faint sense of being watched, there was one undeniable moment when I realized my basement is truly haunted. I was only supposed to be down there for a minute. I was storing away some boxes, didn't bother turning on the light. After setting everything down, I started back towards the stairs. But for some reason, I stopped to wonder how long I could calmly sit in the dark. I stood very still and took deep, calming breaths while saying a random mantra of mine. Fear is just a mechanism, an evolutionary trait that helped us survive when sleeping in dark caves. After a few repeats, I heard a fucking growl. It sounded like a zombie. It was loud. I instantly noped out, sprinted up the stairs. I was on the ground floor in under a second. I know nothing chaotic happened, but hearing such a real and angry growl after 10 minutes of utter silence, it confirmed that something supernatural was living in my basement. This really happened 5 years ago, and I can still hear the growl in my head. And if you're wondering, it wasn't the boiler. It was a finished basement. I even had an Xbox down there. I would literally game for hundreds, maybe thousands of hours. Not once, never, did I hear the boiler make anything remotely close to that sound. So, the solar eclipse from 2017 sort of turned into a mini holiday for the US and my state. It happened about midday, and at work we were encouraged to step outside when it started. I saw it with everyone, and then I went back inside. I was about to resume my work, but for some reason, I went back outside instead. There were still a few people standing around, and when I looked up again, I sensed a powerful entity traveling with the eclipse. It wasn't visual, it was just a strong impression. I sensed it was the spirit of revenge, traveling with the eclipse and taking notes of the abuses people have inflicted. It was looking down at the population in large swaths, and it sensed me looking at it too. It didn't seem like it had much time to stop and think about someone like me. It was a short experience, but it left a strong impression. The day-to-day lives of humans are barely a blip on an angel's radar. I'm also irritated that I'm not spiritual. I feel like a spiritual person should have been the one to see it. I mentioned it to 2 people on Facebook and my mom. Plus, I mentioned it on Twitter months ago, but on some level, I was waiting for someone important to say something. Today, I was walking in the park while it was very windy and raining. In the northwest corner, there's a path leading to a pedestrian crossing where 2 roads meet. That's where I was going when a woman startled me. She was suddenly so close that I assumed I simply hadn't noticed her. She looked to be in her mid-20s, average height. She wore a light blue outfit with a woolen hat. She was walking very slowly despite the poor weather conditions and the fact that it was only 50 degrees out there. I was slightly unsettled and embarrassed for being caught off guard. So I walked parallel with the path to avoid getting too close. I stalled for a bit, expecting her to gain some distance, but when I looked up again, she was nowhere to be seen. I looked around, but no one was there. And the traffic was quite busy. There wasn't even anyone similar enough that I could have mistaken her appearance. No one was wearing a light blue outfit with a hat. She didn't pass me. She didn't turn back. The park is roughly a mile long and over a quarter mile wide. It was daytime, with very few people around. She wasn't wearing a coat, but her eyes were dark. I'll never forget the slow, creepy way she walked. I know I saw a real person. I looked right at her. It wasn't a corner of the eye thing. Could I have missed something? I want to say that she was a ghost, but it could have just been a real person. The period of time from when I first saw her to when she vanished is very strange. If she was a real person, where did she go so fast? There was at least 50 feet of open space to the nearest cover. My whole life I've felt uneasy, like I'm constantly being watched by something. It happens the worst at night or when I'm trying to go to sleep. My sisters experience it too, and it genuinely scares us, but we try to laugh it off, joking that we've been cursed. It's significantly worsened since I moved into my boyfriend's house. One day, I woke up to what sounded like someone repeatedly tapping on the wall right above my head. I sounded so distraught when I called him that he left work immediately. I've also had a few sleep paralysis experiences, which have never happened to me before this. The first time I thought I woke up to the sound of someone walking down our hallway, and then right before they would have been at our doorway, I woke up. But I was in the exact position I'd been in my dream. Then today, I thought I woke up to my boyfriend standing in the doorway with our dogs. But I quickly realized I wasn't fully awake. I tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard my boyfriend say, "Hi, babe." But when I opened my eyes, a man with glowing yellow eyes was crouched down next to the bed, staring at me. I tried to say no a few times. Once again, I woke up in the same position as I had in my dream. I should also mention that my mental health was at an extreme low today, and I know that can make you more susceptible. What does this mean? Should I be concerned? I don't really know much about sleep paralysis. I saw a lot of scary things as a child, and the worst happened in my bedroom when I was 12. You can be skeptical, but I know what I saw. I woke up at 2, rolled over to face my door. Someone was crouched in the corner, next to the bookshelf, and I was suddenly wide awake. I could tell it was a woman, long, dark hair, so I called out, thinking it was my sister, but she didn't respond. I kept saying I could see her, and to grab what she needed so she could go back to bed. Finally, she began to stand up, very slowly. I still couldn't see her face, just the hair and a white dress. But that's when I saw she was way too tall to be my little sister. I called out to my mom next, but still didn't get a response. I began shaking, crying, screaming at the top of my lungs. I backed into the corner, and she slowly shuffled out of my room, sideways, without even taking her eyes off of me. I told my dad someone might be in the house. My whole family woke up in a panic. We did a thorough search and found nothing. But I still didn't sleep the rest of the night. I don't think anyone believes me, but I'll never forget this experience. It was truly horrifying. Thankfully, I haven't had any other experiences like this. In college, my best friend and I frequently went from Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia, to shop and visit Six Flags. One time, we were driving back after midnight, and we'd just left Noonan, Georgia on I-85 when we got hungry. It's a long stretch of nothing out there. So we just turned off at the next exit when we saw a Wendy's sign. We went across the bridge, but we didn't see a Wendy's, so we kept driving. We lost track of time while talking for 20 minutes. and that's when we realized there was no restaurant out there. The road suddenly bent to the right, came to a stop at a T intersection. The sign said I-85 was to the right, so that's the direction we went. We were planning to go get food at the next exit, but 5 minutes down the road, we saw an empty gas station and Wendy's. We also needed gas, so we went there first. And another vehicle pulled up at the gas pump across from ours. An old man got out, froze, and stared at me in silent horror as I pumped gas. He managed to finish his business before me and left quickly. My soul shivered, but I filled the tank. I pulled into the Wendy's drive-thru. The server sounded like a tired robot and also stared at us like an unblinking zombie. We got our food and couldn't wait to leave, but just before driving off, I looked at the gas station, and the same creepy man was back in the same spot. He was staring at us, completely silent and still. We drove off quickly, following a sign towards the interstate, but eventually it felt like we'd been driving for too long without finding it. We decided to turn back and retrace our route to Wendy's. It wasn't long at all before we reached the place where it should be, but it was gone, and so was the gas station. This time, we turned left at the T intersection, and we made it to the interstate just fine. We ate our ghost Wendy's in silence. We were halfway home before anyone had the gumption to talk about what had happened. I'm not going to claim that I know what I saw 100%, but in 2016, while backpacking through Three Sisters, Oregon, my fiance and I definitely experienced something incredible. Incredible, but fucking terrifying. The trip we'd planned was likely to take us more than 4 days, so we planned for a safe 6. We started at the Obsidian Trailhead, one that you need a permit for, so often it's less busy, but guaranteed parking and camping. North End is where we wanted to spend a good deal of our time. But we'd gotten a somewhat late start, so we knew we'd end up camping before we made it that far, so this trailhead was best. A little over an hour before sunset, we picked a spot near Hand Lake. Not too hidden, but off the trail enough to not be in the way. Almost as soon as we set up camp, we both decided to explore immediately around us. We'd absolutely picked a beautiful spot. To the east of our tent was a gorgeous open valley, which would make for an amazing sunrise. Then to the west were valleys of dense forest. While walking near the edge of the forest, maybe 25 feet from our tent, I noticed large clumps of what I thought initially was dead grass or dead pine needles. I asked my fiancé what he thought these clumps were. After a bit of silence, he says he doesn't know, but I watch as he picks one up and then immediately drops it. He has a disgusted look on his face and he's practically gagging. More nervous now, I ask him, "What is it?" Uncomfortably, he says, "It's fur, and it fucking stinks." Neither of us said much, but later I'd learned that we both considered moving our tent at that point, but sundown was maybe 20 minutes away. We'd never be able to make a move before sundown. Besides, within just a few moments, we were distracted by a little chipmunk family, and we started to really enjoy the sereneness of it all. It was like we had the whole valley to ourselves. The sun officially started to set, so we decided before we laid our heads down, we would use nature's bathroom. I didn't want to wander too far away from my fiancé, but we joked about being far enough as to not accidentally pee on each other. The mood was light. Then, it wasn't. I'd had to shush myself because I was still laughing to myself about earlier, but something compelled me to stop making noise. And when I did, it sounded like something heavy and large was making their way through the trees behind me. Before panicking, I remembered my fiancé was a bit behind me, or to the right of me. Maybe he was finding a new spot. But this didn't sound like my fiancé. It was heavier, and its footing, it seemed slow. I knew something was off about these steps, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I finished my business, and as I stood up, I could see my fiancé. He was in front of me, not behind me. And he didn't look good. He looked white as a ghost. Instinctually, I turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but I don't. My fiancé grabs my hand and we start walking quickly back to the camp. He pulls me in, whispering, "Something's out there. A bear? I don't know." It was tall and big, really big. Bears weren't impossible, but they were rare. We weren't quite to our tent when we heard something thunderous. It was the sound of a large tree or tree limb smashing to the ground, crashing in half, and falling hard just behind where we previously were. We stop in place. We duck behind a large rock surrounded by bushes. Despite being curious, I'm burying my head in my fiancé's arms as to try to get a grip and calm myself down. As I pull my eyes away and out into the world, I can see a large looming creature. It's a distance away, but it towers over in a way that I can see its back. Not a bear. Still furry. So, an animal. There's no way this thing is on 4 legs. Far too tall. I realize the sounds haven't stopped. Large tree limbs snapping, but also being quickly picked up, followed by sounds of being dragged. We can see above us, tree limbs in the distance. They're falling and rising again with heavy thuds, and you can hear a sort of whip or whoosh in the air. The figure, creature, got closer to us at one point, and I made the mistake of breathing. It took everything not to gag at the smell emanating from the other side of the bushes. Some sort of mixture between actual hot garbage and cow manure. I clenched my teeth so hard I could hear the grind, but I was just trying to stop breathing. At this point, not moving wasn't a problem. I was frozen, not even in the traditional sense. This was a sort of trance. It was almost calming, yet I knew it wasn't natural. What I couldn't do in that moment was look at my fiancé. I wasn't able to move my head or my body at all. At some point, the footsteps, the dragging of tree limbs, it all started to sound much further away. A shadow was no longer showing itself, and the creature itself was no longer visible from inside the bushes. I was suddenly moving my head and my limbs around, just to ensure that they still worked. They did. Still, we waited for a while. We stayed in the bushes long enough for the sun to set entirely, and then some. Finally, we decided to go back to our tent, slightly unprepared. The area was incredibly dark, and we'd only grabbed 2 small headlamps before making our initial quick walk around the area. We struggled to make it back without looking over our shoulders every couple moments. Once back, we realized how unfortunate it was to be in one of the areas which didn't allow for small campfires. It emphasized just how dark and just how alone we really were. Feeling a bit helpless, we dug out a few lanterns. We were stuck with only their weak glow as we got ourselves ready to try and sleep. Eating was entirely out of the question, as that smell lingered in my nostril for what felt like hours. We wouldn't get much sleep that night. We decided the rest of our trip we would stick with crowds or groups of people, or at least with camping. We'd try not to do it solo. We re-examined the clumps of fur from the previous day as we packed up the following morning. My fiancé eventually made a joke about how we should have bagged it up and had it tested. I told him that if he were to touch it again, the wedding was off. Somehow, we managed to have a light-hearted morning, but we would both later admit that we were pretty fucking terrified the entire trip. We'd only tried to make the best of it for each other. So, what do you think? Did we run into Bigfoot himself? Or a very stinky, very strange bear? I don't know. Help me out here. Again, this was Three Sisters, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Thanks for listening. All right, so everybody with knowledge of cryptids, I'm hunting for information on a cryptid that I'm not sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about, not yet, and I've read about a lot. I personally have not seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule, but I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know what this thing is. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason that I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighborhood woods, right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so the neighbors could see him. He would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought someone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the woods' darkness. He claimed the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view of the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, and that it had legs bent backwards with large, fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo or monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have this thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him a drawing of other look-alike cryptids. He's dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods just as it was getting brighter. The sky was gray and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was less valuable, I have the belief that this was the same cryptid. A couple of miles from the first incident, this man said that he had seen a small, ape-like figure, and that it jumped almost to the top of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask the man to answer anything he left out, or to give more info. This is all I have for this sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or 2 to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never seen or even heard the stories about this creature. And for this story, I was in the house when it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents, There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over to it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line across the road. And as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the brush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 years or so since someone that we knew spotted the thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature to be real. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far the sightings go. Sorry for the long and many paragraph story, but if you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid or description, drawing. My family and me all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas? I used to work as a nurse in an old folks' home. And we had one lady who never ate or drank but seemed to live forever. She spoke multiple languages, but she had a strange way of talking. Most of her interactions ended with her laughing and the other person crying. She'll insult people and the people that they care about. There have also been instances where she bit people in the arms or hands. Sometimes she bit them in the neck if they came too close. She laughed at the idea of religion, and her heavy door closed by itself anytime someone entered her cold room. The entire staff believed that there was something more at work here, but the higher-ups never believed in the paranormal. I stopped working there, but a friend told me the woman died shortly after I quit. After the weird woman died, her neighbor also passed away. She hadn't been a fan of living there either. 2 new residents moved into their rooms, but 1 week later, they also passed away. I haven't spoken to any of my old coworkers since the news. That stuff is too scary for me. After I wrote this, I tried contacting one of my friends who used to work there, but he didn't want to talk about it. He's in therapy. His second child is on the way, and he finally found a new house. He wasn't trying to reopen old wounds, and I have to respect that. I think my cousin and I fell into an unused dimension a few years ago. When I was 26, I had a small apartment in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and my cousin lived nearby. My complex was located in the middle of a densely forested area with a freeway running through the center, and we worked at the Wendy's located on the connecting highway. This meant we could walk to work, and yes, we walked on the freeway. It was scary yet necessary, but that's not the point. This story took place over the span of 3 days, and the shift itself only lasted 3 seconds, but when it ended, it was 40 minutes later. My cousin and I usually worked the night shift together. That would put us heading home around 3:30 a.m. One night, we were talking to pass the time as we walked down the freeway, and we noticed a single bright headlight coming towards us. But there was something strange about it. It was too bright. Still, I chalked it up to a motorcycle with some kind of new LED light and thought no more of it. And yet, looking back, I now realize we didn't hear any of the sounds you expect to hear from a motorcycle. Anyway, we continued walking and talking as we moved to the opposite side of the road. It was completely dark out there, so we wanted to leave plenty of space for the passing motorist. There was nothing around except for the road and the forest on either side of us. You couldn't see anything beyond the first row of trees. No streetlights, nothing. Even with our phone flashlights, we couldn't see more than 5 feet ahead. But we didn't really need the lights anymore. It was a road we'd walked almost every night. We knew it well enough. We continued on our way, but after a few moments, I realized the motorcycle still hadn't passed us. We were still facing the light. It didn't disappear, it just hadn't passed us. The freeway was a concrete road, with one small bridge essentially acting as a border to our apartment complex, with us on one side and the forest on the other. Under the bridge was a creek. It ran around the complex and through the forested areas. The mystery light disappeared the moment it reached that bridge. I asked my cousin if he saw it too. Then I made him describe it to me, just as extra reassurance I wasn't losing my mind. Unfortunately, there was nothing to do but shrug it off and move on. The next night, again around 3:30, we were walking home. We saw a single bright light speeding down the road, even faster than before. We stopped and watched it to see what would happen, and this time, it didn't disappear. It kept going. But once it reached the other side of the bridge, it made an impossibly sharp left turn without slowing and seemingly drove into the forest. My cousin and I looked at each other in total confusion, unable to explain what we had just witnessed. It's impossible for anything to safely maneuver through the trees at that speed, even a motorcycle. We continued watching the light travel through the forest until it suddenly disappeared, about 200 feet in. We resumed our walk with a weird energy. I think what we saw made us both feel a little uncomfortable. We exchanged small talk as always, but we were paranoid and constantly checking our surroundings. Now, the next night's walk home is when things got crazy. We were about a quarter of the way down the road and discussing our experiences over the previous nights. Only this time, we didn't see a weird light. I was standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin as we talked, and I pulled out my phone to see that it was 3:37. Then, suddenly, in mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There was no warning. There was no shift effect or dragging sensation. The world was simply there 1 second, and the next, it wasn't. It reminded me of when a game clip fails to load properly. I stopped moving, walking, and talking. Instead, I just looked around, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. Somehow, I was standing in what looked to be some kind of unused dimension. There were no road, trees, sky, or floor. There wasn't even darkness. Everything was just white. There were no shadows or shade. It felt like I was standing on a piece of printing paper. Or if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, it looked like the first time Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber. I couldn't even see my cousin anymore. I was scared and didn't know what to do. So I stopped mid-stride, and my foot suspended in the air. I looked around for about 3 seconds, and just as unexpectedly as everything had disappeared, it returned in the same way. My cousin was suddenly 5 feet ahead of me now, but I assumed that happened because I had stopped walking and he didn't. I've read a few paranormal books that discuss wormholes, and small movements could sometimes land people miles away from where they started. Clearly, this wasn't the case for us, but I'm glad I didn't take any chances. Again, I made him tell me his story first in order to confirm we really had the same experience. And when I checked my phone, it was somehow 4:20. It felt like 3:37 had been only seconds before, yet somehow almost 45 minutes had passed. I tried to tell my cousin, but he hadn't seen the time before and didn't believe me. After arguing about the time change for a while, We realized we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. Instead of being 25 minutes away from my house, we had actually passed it. We only missed it by 200 feet or so, but it was still crazy. We know that's not where we were. My cousin and I still hang out occasionally, and to this day, we still talk about that night every time we see each other. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Please let me know if you have. I've never met anyone else who has had this happen to them. At this point, I don't know if I was awake or not, but it felt like it. Last time it happened, I still lived with my mom. This was the first time since I've been on my own. Last night, I dreamed of waking up paralyzed. I felt like I was taped to the bed. I couldn't move or speak. I could clearly hear an indistinguishable voice and loud footsteps pacing around my room. It just didn't feel right at all. I started a silent prayer that I'm somewhat familiar with. I'm not religious, I just knew I had to pray. I repeated it in my mind at least 10 times before the voices faded. I tried to move to see if I was awake. I managed to pinch myself a dozen times, but I couldn't feel anything. When I tried to sit up, I was pushed back down, and I tried to yell, but nothing came out. I couldn't see anything around me, but I finally managed to wake up and immediately pinched myself to ensure it was real this time. The other occasions at Mom's house weren't like this. I wasn't paralyzed to my bed thinking I was awake while I was really dreaming. Well, it probably was a dream anyways. I don't know. The voices, though, they were different this time too. Yes, I do have sleep issues, I know that. But for the last couple of months, I've been trying to adopt a healthier sleep schedule. But it doesn't seem to be working. Whatever happened last night just felt too real to be just a dream. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded
when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor. But now, I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing in a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture? I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but that's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then. But I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building, along with my strange liquid experience. I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes, but it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada.
This is one of my many past paranormal experiences. I've always had a ghost following me, and every house I've lived in until my most recent has been haunted. Occasionally, my girlfriend of a few years would find scratches on my back and suspect I was cheating on her. The fact that I never knew where they came from only made things worse. It was happening for years before I learned why my back was always burning or itching. Well, one grueling summer day, she and I were sitting at the end of our bed, and I was playing Assassin's Creed 3. She sat next to me watching and talking about random things. It was rare for us to have the same time off. This was the first time in months. We didn't have air conditioning, and I was sweating profusely. So I removed my shirt and I threw it in the dirty clothes bin. My girlfriend started kissing me, but ultimately, I went back to the game. It was just too hot. The sweat was dripping down my back, and it burned like hellfire. Knowing something was wrong, I asked my girlfriend to see if there was a rash or anything that might be causing it to itch or burn. The moment she saw my back, she slapped my neck and began cursing furiously. Confused, I asked her what was wrong, and she responded with, "Who's the bitch you're screwing?" I insisted I wasn't cheating on her, and she demanded to know who put the scratches on my back. But I had no clue what she was talking about. Obviously, had another girl put scratches all over my back, I wouldn't have removed my shirt and asked my girlfriend to look at it. She thought about that for a moment, but still gave me a look of distrust. I asked her to take a photo so I could at least see what she was talking about, and she did. The pictures did not disappoint. All the way down my back were 3 huge red scratches. Then my girlfriend wanted to know how the scratches did get there, if it wasn't another girl, because she knew it wasn't her. I explained that humans have 5 fingers. Unless the other girl was missing a couple of digits, something else made those marks. We shared a laugh, but she still seemed unsure. I reminded her that with the exception of work and quick trips to the corner store, I hadn't left the house all week. She'd even been taking me to and from work since she was on vacation. I never had time to run off with anyone else. That reasoning finally seemed to put her at ease, and she suggested that I see a priest about whatever it is that's following me. She wanted to know how long the physical attacks had been occurring, but I couldn't say for sure. That was the first time I saw it for myself. It's not exactly an area I see every day. This is my very first time posting anything, so forgive me if it sounds a tad awkward. The story I want to share occurred during the last half of 2021, when my partner and I lived in Australia. We rented my partner's grandparents' house after they were put into a nursing home. My partner was working as an EN, enrolled nurse, and usually returned around 7 p.m. I worked night shifts at a fueling station, but this happened on my night off. Our living room was a rectangle, and the north wall consisted of windows overlooking the front patio. To access the front door, one must walk up the driveway and directly past the front windows. The couches even faced those windows. If someone was in the living room, it was impossible to get by unnoticed. At 6:15 p.m., I was watching Dragon Ball Super in the dark, and the curtains had a gap big enough to see outside. That's when I heard the distinct sound of my partner's feet coming up the gravel driveway, opening the gate, and walking past the front window. I thought she'd gotten off early. I saw her walk past the gap in the curtains, but after a minute of total silence, I began to wonder why she wasn't coming inside. Curious, I went to the curtain and peeked outside. But to my surprise, she wasn't there. While pondering what just happened, I heard footsteps coming down the driveway, and to my utter bewilderment, it was her. Once inside, I asked if she forgot something in her car, but she hadn't. She'd just gotten off work early. I didn't say anything when she asked why. There's more to it, but this was the first thing that happened, and the creepiest. This incident happened about 20 years ago, when I was 18 and in high school. I'm from Germany. Our school is divided into 3 types after elementary school ends, which is 4th grade. Gymnasium, which has nothing to do with sports. It's the type of school where you go to university after graduating. In the last 2 years of gymnasium, we had 2 main subjects to become our focus, and in the end, write our graduation exam on it. We have other subjects too. They're just not covered as thoroughly. One of my subjects was German. The classes were normally smaller, averaging maybe 15 students max, and we have the same teacher for the whole 2 years. The students in my German class all aged between 18 and 19. We all got along wonderfully and had a great teacher. She was 35 and always friendly, calm, and relaxed. There was an almost familiar atmosphere in our class. A month before our final graduation exam, we took a weekend trip to a hostel and reviewed all of our work from the previous 2 years in preparation. These kinds of trips aren't a common thing. We just did it because we were in a familiar atmosphere and wanted to have a little goodbye before our second year ended. The hostel was inexpensive and in a small village within an hour from our hometown. It was in an isolated forest, which was fine since people mostly used it for sleepovers when they went hiking. To save money, the women all slept in one room. It was a bit crowded, but no one seemed to complain. Some of the beds were the fold-out kind, and they didn't leave much space to walk around. We put new sheets on ourselves, and when we went to sleep, everything was fine. The night was calm, and I slept perfectly well. I'm normally an early bird, but the sun was already up when I woke. The room was still dim with the curtains drawn, and the others were still asleep. Needing to use the restroom, I silently left in search of the facilities. And when I returned, some of the others were now awake. It's always a little awkward when waking up with others, but we said our good mornings and everyone went on about their business. That's when I noticed an extremely weird, dark brownish red stain on the ground between mine and my best friend's bed. The diameter was roughly 5 to 7 centimeters. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't small enough to miss the previous evening. It was still wet and shiny too. It hadn't had time to dry. I didn't touch it, but it looked thick. and it was purely liquid, no clots or chunks. The floor was gray, so there was a strong contrast in colors. It was highly obvious. The strangest thing was its perfectly round shape. There was no smearing and no other stains or droplets. It looked like it just rose out of the floor. It was like in a movie, when blood oozes between the cracks of a wooden floor. Only this was a linoleum floor, with no gaps to ooze out of. When I showed everyone else, they were equally puzzled and weirded out. Our teacher looked at us like she was searching for the guilty party. I looked at the ceiling, wondering if something had dripped from above, but again, there was nothing. The entire ceiling was clean. My second guess was that one of the other girls may have had their period. Of course, that put my best friend under suspicion, because the stain was between our beds, and I wasn't on our period. I mean, it happens. That would have been fine, but even if it was menstrual blood, how would it be so isolated, with no stains or smears? I don't think anyone was walking around bottomless either. I just don't understand how it's possible. If it had been a nosebleed, there would have also been smaller droplets and someone would have claimed responsibility. But no one seemed to have any injuries at all. I wondered if an injured mouse could have left it there. But again, no smearing. And where did the animal go? We were all puzzled, and since I'm a rational person, my theory remained menstrual blood. Even if it was also technically irrational, somehow it was still the most rational explanation available. But everyone denied being the culprit. And I believed them simply because the spot was just that weird. It made no sense. We checked the rest of the floor for other stains, including under the beds, but there was just that one. In the end, our teacher cleaned it up with a handkerchief, and the floor was fine. There was no damage or anything. Basically, it didn't come from above. It didn't come from below. It was like the blood spot just appeared out of thin air. I still don't know what else it could have possibly been, except for blood. Very dark blood. It didn't look like juice or jam, no strange smell, at least, not that we noticed. I don't think it was a prank either. Neither the girls or the boys were that type, and the boys would have never dared to enter our room with the teacher present. Again, I'm a rather rational person, and I would love to have an answer for this, but I don't. It's probably a very simple one. At least, I hope it is. There's a recording from what we experienced at 1:07 a.m., July 31st, 2022, which was my 40th birthday. We were parked at the north end of I-75 rest stop, between the Mount Morris and Montrose exits, right outside of Flint, Michigan, the place where you can't drink the water. We've slept down there hundreds of times, and the woods surrounding it usually inspire an eerie feeling. But we've never experienced anything like what happened that night. I fell asleep shortly after we got there, but my wife was still awake, fixing her hair when she noticed a long, white rectangle standing in the forest directly across from our car. A bright white light was pouring out of it, as if someone in a dark room had opened the door to one filled with insanely bright lights. Then she saw the outline of a shadow figure standing in the doorway. She said it gave off an intensely sinister, evil feeling as it stood, motionless and staring at her. At first, she thought it must be a hallucination or a dream. She couldn't believe such a thing could really be happening. But once she realized it wasn't simply her imagination, she became frightened and woke me up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw what she saw. A bright, white doorway with a shadow man staring at us. I immediately told her to get the hell out of there, and she did, quickly. We drove towards the rest stop's exit and parked, but as we drove away, this thing flew out of the portal with what I can only describe as angel wings. It followed our car across the parking lot. That's the part I recorded, though sadly, I didn't get any footage of the original portal. The entity looked like a robed angel, holding a staff with his arms out and head back. But it also looks like a portal with angel wings and spirits passing through. Then it shows 4 lights hovering above it. 2 are green and 2 are orange. We sat there, recording it and talking, but whatever this thing was, it didn't have the scary feeling my wife felt before. Now it felt calm, like it was protecting us. But after a while, we both got freaked out again and left shortly after. I know people will say the lights are from my dashboard, but we even debunked that in the video by holding my hands in front of the dash lights. A lot disappeared, but not this. The entity stayed, disappeared for a split second, and came right back. To leave, we were forced to drive right past it, and we saw it clear as day through the driver's side window. You can also see it in the rearview mirrors. This is not fake or some kind of scam. I've had the pictures and the video recording for almost 6 months now, and I need answers. If anyone has experienced this before, please take a look. Let me know what you think. For the last month, I've been visiting my boyfriend in Germany, and I've been hearing strange noises in his apartment. There's been scratching in the walls, heavy footsteps and thuds, but nothing super crazy. I just thought his neighbors were being weird, but apparently he only has one neighbor, an old man who lives on the opposite end of the hall. The rooms on either side of us are empty. He even confirmed it with the landlord. Last week, he told me about a shadowy, tall man with gray eyes who would sometimes open his door and peek inside. The first few times it happened, he thought it was an intruder, but it only ever peeks at him from the crack in the door. The apartment is entered through the hallway, and then there's a door to the bedroom. This entity can unlock the front door and open the bedroom door, just enough to look in on him. My boyfriend tries to ignore it. To be honest, I thought he was experiencing signs of schizophrenia or trying to scare me. But after last night, I believe him. We heard scratching again, so my boyfriend tapped on the wall, and it actually answered him. It even unlocked the door last night. Today, the entity moved a key from his desk to another counter, and I know my boyfriend didn't do it because I was too scared to sleep last night. He never left my sight until he went to work. I haven't seen the entity yet, but my boyfriend says that this is the first time it's ever moved something. We think it enjoys scaring me, so I'm trying my best to stay calm. This apartment building used to be a retirement home, and the other floors are full, but the rent is more expensive. Please help. This is my first time dealing with something like this, and I am beyond scared. We need help. I don't know what to do. An update. It came back again tonight. I mixed salt and water together like a comment on my previous post suggested, and I sprinkled it around the entry room. I think I made it angry. I went to get dinner out of the oven, but I was afraid the ghost might be behind the door. I made my boyfriend stand in front of it, and the entity started banging on the door like crazy. But when my boyfriend opened it, nothing was there. He thinks he saw it in the mirror, though. I'm sobbing. I can't do this anymore. I don't know how he's lived like this for over a year. Next day update. Thankfully, there was no sign of it last night, and the entry room was extremely warm. My boyfriend said it hasn't been that warm in the whole time he's lived there. So I guess that means we can tell if it's here or not by temperature. At 4 o'clock yesterday evening, we showered together, and things were fine until my boyfriend noticed the entity trying to open the bathroom door, but it couldn't do it. It was extremely cold in the entry room, and once we made it to the bedroom, I yelled for it to go away, saying it wasn't welcome. After a few minutes, the room warmed up again. Maybe the salt water did help a bit. I don't know what else could have weakened it. Maybe it has to do with me not being so frightened anymore. I've dealt with the paranormal for most of my life. One day, my cousin and I were hanging out at the house, alone except for my beautiful white cat. I was 18 at the time. My brother was at the store with friends. Our mother had recently died, and I had quite a few paranormal experiences there. But they never bothered me. It was never anything that seemed malicious or dangerous, only fun stuff like electronics turning on and random footsteps walking around. One time, my cousin was sitting on my bed when he felt someone sit next to him. He screamed and ran out of the house. But I should get back to my current story. I was sitting on my bed, and my cousin was in the living room. My room was only separated from the living room by a glass door and a curtain, so we were only 20 feet away from each other. We were talking about girls when we heard what sounded like a spoon falling to the floor in the kitchen. We listened for more, but when nothing else happened, we resumed our conversation. That's when my cat came to sit with me, and I began petting her. A few minutes later, more utensils clattered to the floor. I was more surprised now that I knew it wasn't the cat. Still, even more utensils fell, and these were followed by the much louder bang of a falling pot. My cousin, unable to see the cat in my lap, advised me to check on her, and when I pulled back the curtain, his eyes opened wide in shock. If she was there, he wanted to know who was in the kitchen. But I explained. Nobody was in there. He didn't believe me at first, but almost as if on cue, there was a huge commotion in the kitchen. Spoons, pots, and pans, plates, glass, everything was being thrown. It continued for roughly 30 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Once it was over, I asked my cousin to go check on the kitchen, but he adamantly refused, suggesting I take a look instead. Needless to say, I was equally against the idea. As we argued over who would go, my brother and his friends returned from the store. Without hesitation, I shouted for my brother to go into the kitchen. He refused until I said my leg hurt and asked for a drink. Then he finally agreed. He brought me a glass of water, and I took it. Puzzled by his lack of reaction to the mess, I asked if he saw anything in the kitchen, but he was confused as to why I would even ask. When he insisted nothing had been out of place, I told him the whole story. He was furious. This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits.
I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out.
Once, I was home alone while my mother worked the graveyard shift, and she still hadn't returned home when I woke up for school the next morning. It was summer in the South, which meant rainy days and endless humidity. As I looked out my bedroom window, I noticed something in the condensation. The letters RL were written there, as if someone drew it with their finger. And it was done from the inside, not the outside. The next experience is why I lean towards believing in these things, even though I'm a skeptic. It happened a few weeks after my favorite uncle died of a heart attack. There was a 3x5 picture of him on a wall separating the kitchen from the living room. Mom and I were sitting in the living room nearby, and her recliner was right next to that wall. We started talking about my uncle, and his picture suddenly flew several feet, landing between us. The first time this happened, we thought it was a crazy coincidence. But it happened multiple times. Whenever we talked about him, his picture flew over to us. We joked that he was just saying hello. It was never a scary thing. It felt more like he was watching over us. I have a couple more that are scary, but they're also longer. I'll save those for later in case anyone's interested. As a teenager, I got a little too interested in the paranormal, and my experiences started getting too intense. That's when I realized I may have been dabbling with something I shouldn't be, and I prayed for it to stop. Since turning 18, I haven't had a single experience, even when I try to provoke one. It's like I'm cut off from it now.
At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just two shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room, asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive. Or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat. You could do anything to her and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience. I love the paranormal. I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar? I think my experiences started with the violent abuse of my childhood. Entities would try attaching themselves to me, and it kind of darkened my presence. At a young age, my dad asked why I stopped smiling, and that continued for decades. Meanwhile, I've always had visions, and in my 30s, I moved to a place with a heavy, hidden, satanic element. I definitely disturbed the energy in that place, because I had powerful dreams when I was there. Plus, I think something cursed me. That brings me to 12 years ago, when I met an attractive woman who was treating her depression with meth. She even admitted to doing very bad things to people. At the same time, I was also having visions that didn't make sense until I met her. She was a black magic practitioner, and through phone sex, she was somehow able to attach a demon to me. I went to a Cherokee shaman named Raven, who said the black magic practitioner was actually a djinn, and she was spiritually attacking others through me. It was bizarre, to say the least. The more I learned, the more I tried to help others who were being attacked by covens, and because of that, the covens in turn began to target me. It was brutal. For years, my energy was drained daily to the point of delirium. Eventually, I had a vision of a dark cloaked figure coming into my mind's eye, and he said, "I can't destroy you. Your faith in God is unbreakable, but I will devour the ones who attack you." Then, I saw several groups of people standing around altars and performing blood rituals, summoning demons to attack me. The figure said his name was Az, and that only 3 fallen angels have that sound in their name, which I took that to mean that he was Azazel. Several days later, I felt the death of the Jinn's sister. All that time, I'd been praying, surrendering to the divine, and just not specifying God or Christ. It helped me to see that there were other solutions to attempt. I tried praying to every culture's deities, but to no avail. Finally, I found a guy that had traveled the world looking for the same solution. He said that prayers to the Christian God were the only solution that worked. Well, I tried it, even though I wasn't very big on the Bible when living in that satanic place. Before all that began, I had rage issues, PTSD, was diagnosed as borderline paranoid schizophrenic. But as the years passed, I started praying to God every day, all day. Eventually, my troubles began to lessen. My energy returned. The paranoia stopped. My PTSD went away along with the borderline schizophrenia. Though during that time, my visions were going haywire. I've had a handful of instances where demons entered my mind's eye for a chat, and this has been a heavily condensed summary of those experiences.
Just after turning 21, I moved out of the college dorms and into my own apartment. It was new construction, and I was living alone. I had just started settling in, but something already felt weird. While sleeping in my bedroom, I'd hear noises from the living room, or the bathroom door would open and close. I'm a chicken, so I just keep my eyes shut and go to sleep. I once went on a week-long trip and returned to my apartment being completely flooded. At the time, I chalked it up to the window being left open during the storm. I stayed with a friend after cleaning up, and when I came back 3 days later, I found massive handprints on my mirrors and walls. I am 5'2", and my hands are tiny. I can't even reach that high. I was spooked. A couple of months later, things began to escalate. I'd be sweeping the bedroom floor and notice somebody walking in the living room. Or I'd be talking with friends and they'd hear someone enter the apartment when nobody was there. One day, the security guard got a friendly puppy that loved me when I saw him downstairs. But even though he regularly entered other apartments, he refused to enter mine. When I picked him up and brought him inside, he began to shiver and cry. I immediately put him outside, and he calmed down right away. I bought plants, but they died. Eventually, I moved out, but I never understood what was happening in that apartment. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I've never really dreamed. I only get sleep paralysis and nightmares. Each nightmare feels like sleep paralysis. Either I can barely move, or it feels far too realistic for my liking. In those, I've been beaten or hurt, and it feels terrible. I was once stabbed through the chest with a hot spike, and upon waking, I still felt the pain for hours afterwards. My sleep paralysis is much the same. All the nightmares I've had feel horribly dark and deep, like I'm drowning, if that makes sense. But I can handle them. Some are more annoying than scary. It's their frequency that's the problem. For as long as I can remember, my nightmares and sleep paralysis have happened in random clusters. When they start, they only occur during a random month of the year, and they occur every night for anywhere from a week to the whole month. Then they won't happen again until the following year. It's not something I necessarily dread,
but I wanted to ask the great, wise people of Reddit. It's happening again, so please let me know if anyone has a similar experience. Maybe we can figure out what's wrong. Or if nothing else, it may confirm I'm not just weird. I'm a 19-year-old currently doing my first year in an art school in Singapore. Before attending this school, I'd heard a lot of stories about it. Students hearing soldiers marching in the building at 9 p.m., women crying in the bathrooms, and people running in the school building even though it's already 12 or midnight. I always thought of a realistic explanation for these stories. Come on, it's an art school. Crying in the bathroom is common because of the stress the students get from assignments and running around at midnight. I did that a few times to run away from the guards because I couldn't use my own laptop to do assignments. I stayed in the school's computer labs to do them. But on November 18th, 2022, something horrifying happened that changed my mind. It was a Friday night and there weren't a lot of students in the building. My school is located at the heart of the busiest location in Singapore. Clubs and bars were nearby. We're surrounded by hotels and we're pretty much surrounded by iconic places and malls. So most students are out to party, especially because it was the last day of the semester. I was in my classroom, alone, doing my assignments. I was having a bad day and I didn't want to bother going to a cafe or just going home to do my work, because I really needed to smoke from time to time. I wasn't smoking cigarettes, of course. My classroom could have detected that, but I'd always bring a vape with me to smoke it while I was alone in class. Living in a strict country and home, I'm not allowed to vape at all, hence why I'm doing my assignments in the classroom. I looked at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. I was surprised the guards didn't even bother going up to check if students had left property already. I debated if I should stay or leave later and catch the last train. I stayed, and somehow I even continued doing my essay. A while later, I heard someone trying to open the door. The door isn't locked or anything. It can only be opened with a staff with a student ID card. I looked at the glass panel of the door, and I didn't see anyone. I opened the door, and I still didn't see anyone. It's impossible to run and hide. It takes quite a while to find a place to hide because it's just an open space. At that point, I wasn't creeped out. Not yet. I was stressed with assignments. It happened again, though. And this time, I saw a creepy face in the panel, looking straight at me. Its eyes were wide open, a huge grin on its face, and the rest of the face was just pitch black. I froze, not knowing if I should look away, but at this point, this thing knew I could see it. I reached for my phone, slowly, while still looking at it. I wasn't blinking at all. It watched my movements intensely. The door handle shook again, and I've never been so thankful of the card function for the door. I quickly called my boyfriend, who was at a gig nearby, and I frantically asked him to come to my school to fetch me. This thing wouldn't go away, not at this point. I keep asking myself if that was a human with a mask, but its features moved very naturally. My boyfriend FaceTimed me this time, and I looked at the screen to look at where he was. I looked up again, and the face wasn't there anymore. I looked at the screen, and I could see my boyfriend reaching the classroom. The door shook again, but this time, it was my boyfriend. I opened the door and I hugged him. I was shaking so bad, and the whole time we hugged, he calmed me down, told me that he didn't see anything, so we're safe now. We packed my bag and immediately left the building. We have this belief where if a ghost or spirit shows itself to you, you're not allowed to go home immediately,
as it will follow you. Instead of catching the last train, my boyfriend and I decided to sit at a nearby coffee shop and eat supper. This all happened recently, though I still don't know what it was, but I know I'm never staying in the classroom late at night, alone, again. This happened some time ago, in the early 2000s. My parents were in a rough patch, and my dad had moved out of the house. I was in high school at the time. It started out one night when my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching noises, heavy, dragging noises, in the attic, and we immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing the noise, and each time, maybe a few nights later or a week later, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then, the real scary stuff started to happen. I was asleep one night, and I woke up to a figure next to my bed. My best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket and I covered myself with just a peephole to watch. It was entirely black, even darker than the dark room that I was in, and it looked like the darkness was slowly steaming off of it. I was both amazed and terrified. I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said that she saw someone standing at the foot of her bed, and then I told her what I'd seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing, like it was an old theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One night, the dresser drawers at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut. Another night, Mom started screaming in the middle of the night. I grabbed my baseball bat and I ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair, and I swear I saw this shadow figure sitting in it as I ran into her room. She told me someone had laid down on her bed next to her. As the encounters progressively got more frightening, we were afraid to stay in the house at night. I would sleep with all of the lights on, if I could sleep at all. We started spending the night in a hotel. Even in the daytime, you'd hear things like someone calling your name. I can't remember how long the haunting lasted. I'm guessing it was at least 3 or 4 months that had passed, and my mother was getting tired of being afraid of her own home, so she had the house blessed. Sometime in the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water for tea in the microwave, and it exploded in the microwave. I asked her how long she'd put it in there, and then boom. These loud scratching sounds ran down the walls around us. A dark mist filled the house. The voices and whispers all around us. My mother and I grabbed each other's arms in horror. All these sounds were happening simultaneously. And then this very deep, unusual voice began taking over all the other noise. It was deep and unnatural. And if it was some sort of real language, I've never heard anything like it. Not even to this day. As my mother and I stood there, we looked down the hall toward the voice. Something was there, like a fucking horror movie. It was quadrupedal, made of the darkness, like drawing with a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines down its back. And then my mother started to pray. So did I. The creature slowly backed down the hallway and into the bedroom. And slowly, all the noises and voices faded away. The mist or haze seemed to follow it down the hallway until everything returned to normal. I never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anyone was curious, yes, when my friends came over, they had experiences as well. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. Sorry it's so long. I'm sure I've left out some bits, but thanks for reading.